Thank you. We would like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council work session to order. Today is Tuesday, August 24th, 2021. The time is 12:03 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. However, because coronavirus infection rates have risen to high levels again, some council members, staff, and presenters are opting to participate via Zoom. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. The Delta variant of COVID-19 and infection transmission rates are again high, particularly among unvaccinated persons. We encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated. We encourage all people to protect themselves and others by following the protocol set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. We have here in the chamber, Councilors Harding and myself, Dave Sewell. Participating remotely are Councilors Shipley and Councilor Ellsworth. And we believe that we will be joined by several other council members shortly.
David, this is Council Member Fillmore. Can you not hear or see me?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Fillmore. Let's see, it looks like well, I could certainly hear you.
I can see and hear you, David. That's maybe all that matters.
There you are. Okay. Welcome.
And Mr. Hanley's excused for all of today's meetings.
Mr. Hanley is excused for the meetings today, and Mr. Hoban will be joining us a bit later. We also welcome Mayor Kafusi and members of the administrative staff and council staff who are here with us as well. Today, the opening prayer will be provided by Councilor Shannon Ellsworth.
Our dear kind Father in heaven, we're so grateful for this day, and we're thankful for the rain that our community has received. We're grateful for the safety and protection that Thou provides, and we're grateful for those who work to make our community safer. We appreciate all of our staff and the tremendous work that they do for the citizens of Provo. And Father, we pray that Thou will bless each of us with a sound mind and with compassionate hearts, that we can make the best possible decisions and learn as much as possible today. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. First item for today is approval of minutes from the August 3rd, 2021 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing none, we'll declare those minutes approved by unanimous consent. Now our first item of business will be a presentation regarding the administration's proposal for a COVID-19 vaccine campaign. Looks like this is going to be presented by Mayor Kafusi. Welcome.
And the whole team.
And the whole team. Thank you.
Honorable Provo Municipal Council, public safety, while always a top priority, has been a constant concern during the health threats of COVID-19. I'm proud of the work we've done together to keep Provo citizens as safe as possible. March 11th, 2020 was the date COVID-19 and the health of our community became our primary focus. It was also the first day of so many to follow that I would rely on the health expertise of the Utah County Health Department and by extension, the Utah Department of Health to guide our decisions. The Utah Department of Health and the Utah County Health Department are tasked with safeguarding the health of the state and county respectively. With both the health expertise and the necessary legislative authority, we heavily relied on their leadership in this area for which they were and remained uniquely qualified. Thank you to the Provo City Council for your continued support and vigilance regarding our community health. Today, my staff and I are responding to your request of August 10th to pursue a community vaccination outreach program. As vaccinations are a community health issue, we did what we've done since March 11th, 2020 on this matter. We turned to our health partner, the Utah County Health Department. The Utah County Health Department was appreciative of your expressed support and has since been busy working with my staff to develop a strategic outreach plan based on local data and industry knowledge. Utah County Health Department has been leading a countywide vaccination outreach effort and is thrilled to have Provo offering its resources to better ensure its success. With only 2 weeks, Utah County Health Department has already made significant progress, but I'll leave the announcement to our next presenter. I would like to introduce Eric Edwards, the Director of the Utah County Health Department.
Thank you, Mayor Kofusi, and to the Provo City Council. It's great to, for the first time, be in front of you, and I appreciate everything that Mayor Kofusi and her office does, as well as the City Council for all you do in the care and attention for the safety and wellness of your residents. Ultimately, that's our goal. And that's, I couldn't agree more with Mayor Kofusi in our desired approach to work together to protect the residents. And that really is why we're so excited to be working with Provo City jointly on this. So we have a lot of important initiatives that we're currently working on. And later, Wayne has details to, we met about a week and a half ago, and elements of our meeting are still being developed. And the Utah County Health Department has ongoing efforts. And what this Provo City vaccination plan will do is enhance that and augment. One thing that we want to avoid is duplication and doing things that are already happening. I'm confident that what is being shared today will enhance what the health department is doing and increase the health department's bandwidth to ultimately vaccinate anybody who desires it, to remove barriers, to make it easy, to facilitate to not some, but all who desire to receive a vaccination, COVID vaccination. So a few points that I wanted to touch on. Again, the detail of this I'll leave to Wayne, but the health department recently, just as of yesterday, working in, I think this is an example of how working together with the city will have benefits. Yesterday we met and were able to secure a vaccine provider for the upcoming Provo City event to be able to provide COVID vaccine to all those at the, I hope I don't get the event name wrong, but the Rock Canyon citywide event. Rock the Canyon, see, I got it wrong. You can tell I don't work for Provo City, shame on me. The stronger our partnership gets, the better I will be at knowing all of your great plans and all of the exciting things that you have planned for your residents. It's exciting to know that COVID vaccine will be offered there at that event Saturday from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And so also just today, our staff was meeting with our emergency manager and also is working in concert with Provo City's emergency manager, Chris Blitzinger, who is amazing, by the way. I'm sure all of you know him. He's prolific in his productivity and his outreach and his knowledge, and working together with our county emergency manager, Peter Quittner, and our epidemiology staff to look at the data on vaccine rates and pockets within Provo City. We'll work together to find the areas of lowest vaccine rate. And our plans, our preliminary plans are to provide a mobile vaccine event over 2 days on September 16th and 17th in an area to be selected jointly with Peter and our epidemiologist and our vaccine team. So that's one other thing that I'd like to bring before you. Now we're going to be talking about a lot of elements of the plan. Well, Wayne will be, if I might add some additional pieces to that. We recently received funding from the Utah Department of Health, which will help us with vaccine equity. And it's a 2-year grant, and those funds are dedicated to helping us reach to vulnerable populations, whether that be the homeless or to individuals, groups of individuals that for whatever reason have lower rates of vaccination, the hearing impaired, and also to other communities. And so we have community outreach workers that, working together with Provo City, can identify and find out the spokespersons and the way to communicate the messages to reach individuals for whatever reason haven't had the opportunity to be vaccinated. And so we're excited about that vaccine equity opportunity. And in that is a requirement to work with our cities, not just Provo City, but every city in Utah County. And we will convene a vaccine equity planning meeting, which will include all of our community experts, physicians, our cities, and our universities, all of the key stakeholders. And we will come up with a joint Utah County vaccine equity plan. And we are already in conversations with our local universities to reach out and further what the health department can do. A lot of people, when they think public health, they think that the health department is everything. We are a small piece of a large public health system. Provo City is a piece of that public health system, just as our hospitals are, and our schools, and our first responders, police and fire. And so everyone working together will be able to improve our plan. And it's important to know that this is a dynamic plan. It is iterative. It will, as data changes and as best practices are roll out from other communities, we will be able to adopt and implement and improve our action planning efforts. And so that's another key thing to remember is any plan shared now is good in looking at our best practice recommendations. They are still forthcoming and will continue to evolve and be strengthened. And as it has throughout this wild pandemic, this ride we've all been on, right? I guess that's why it's called a novel virus, is because we knew nothing about it, and we learn as we gain more data and as the medical community has more information. And so all of this, combined with best practices through the public health practitioners, combined with our tertiary care or physicians and others working with experts, the Utah Department of Health and other experts, will improve our response. Now, earlier in our at the start of our vaccine planning efforts, we had large sites in Payson and in Spanish Fork, American Fork, and we were fortunate to have the Provo High School location. Now the whole goal was to get as many people that wanted to be vaccinated and could be vaccinated to be vaccinated as quickly as possible. That work continues, but now there's the important effort to ensure that all individuals have the opportunity to receive a vaccine. And so that's why vaccine equity is a big part of our focus at the local county health department. The Provo location at Provo High School, thanks to the cooperation and the generosity of Brigham Young University, they have continued to renew our ability to use that month to month. And that's been a lifesaver. And we continue to operate that and will for the months to come. But one other key point is also we continue to work in pockets of the community where we see the lowest vaccination rates, and doing drive-through events that have been very successful. And we will continue to do that with Provo City. The September 16th and 17th is a good example of that. And we'll do that throughout the county. One other thing that I'd like to mention is we also recently, just weeks ago, asked for and received funding from the Utah Department of Health to purchase a mobile vaccine van that will increase our ability to do this more often. And rather than doing this out of cars and large operations like we do currently, this will be more of a, we can quickly go where the need is. For example, a senior center within a city, to a school, to a charter school, to Centro Hispano, or to other locations through our community. So we are in plans of getting that. So that will also support the Provo City's plan as well as the county's overall plan. And so those were a few items of collaboration where we're already working and accomplishing great things, but we're solidifying it and improving it with Provo City's plan that Wayne will share with you greater detail into. A big key component of this will be messaging and making sure that we are utilizing clear and consistent messages that help the public understand the safety and efficacy of the vaccine so that they can make informed decisions for themselves and their families on vaccination. And so we have a public information officer who has been improving our outreach based on how we utilize social messaging. One asset with working now with Provo City more closely is the ability to work with your own public information officer together with ours to ensure that who better to reach your residents than Provo City. You know, Utah County Health Department does not pretend to be the expert in reaching the residents of each particular city. We can do it, and we have lots of avenues to do that. But working together with, we can have shared messages that, with the intent of keeping our residents safe. That this is another opportunity. The health department has resources that Provo City can rely on. Provo City has resources for communication that we can rely on. Here's an example. We have school nurses that work in all 3 school districts. If information needs to be disseminated, we work directly with the school districts, Provo School District, for example, and we can get information to the residents very efficiently, to young residents and for parents, families, and their children. And on the flip side, you have water bills, and you have all different ways of also communicating messages to your residents, going beyond social media. So we have lots of untapped resources. We currently are utilizing many different opportunities, known avenues of outreach, but this will all be enhanced with this partnership. So I hope it's clear that the health department is here to serve, and our charge is to heighten the health and wellness of the public that we are here to serve, as Provo City has the charge to do the same. Working together, how much stronger will that be? So I thank you, and really look forward to this opportunity to make what we're doing that much stronger and better. So I thank you for including the health department, and it's in just 2 weeks, it's been neat to see the progress that we've already made with a preliminary plan. So I look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My job is to get into what details we have. As Eric indicated, the plan, as we'll be sharing with you today, is a bit iterative. We consider it to be dynamic, responding to changing circumstances as they occur. And we think there will be a lot of that. And as you see the various elements of the plan, I think you'll understand why that's the case. So let me walk through the presentation, maybe. Okay. Try. Okay. Nope, we're on the wrong screen, I think. So, well, let me begin. And thank you for the opportunity again to respond to your concerns a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, about the, or 2 weeks, I guess, 2 weeks ago on the 10th, to respond to specific concerns relative to the outreach effort for vaccinations. Try it again. Think we're there? Okay, good. Okay, so today we're going to talk just a little bit about the background. We'll discuss best practices that were encapsulated in the communication the council received from Casey Gifford at the BYU Marriott School. We'll talk a little bit about incentives. We'll share our guiding principles, and then I'll walk through the plan as it's currently envisioned. So first of all, current status of vaccinations might be interesting to you. This is, and again, the data change daily, and so this is a little bit of again, trying to pick a moment in time to take a snapshot. But as of yesterday, there have been 552,000 doses of vaccine administered to Utah County residents. 261,000 Utah County residents are fully vaccinated. So if you take the adult population of Utah County and take that number into it, represents about 61% of eligible adults. Does not include teenagers, because I couldn't get the data to break down that finally in recent numbers. But I think it's a good benchmark number. It also represents 41% of the total county population. So Utah currently across the state is about 47% of total state population. So as the benchmark might indicate, we have some work to do to close the gap to the average numbers. And again, those numbers are growing daily as vaccinations continue to be administered. BYU just released some numbers a couple of days ago that indicate that 76% of their faculty and staff are currently fully vaccinated, and 70% of incoming students are fully vaccinated. So they're beating the rest of the community in terms of vaccination rates. But those give you just a little bit of a sense of kind of where we're at currently in the valley. So best practices. I wanted to come back to the information that Casey Gifford supplied to the council 2 weeks ago, and talk about how we've sort of framed our plan around these issues. So again, to briefly summarize in 3 bullet points what was a pretty comprehensive look. The strategies that tend to work best for encouraging vaccination adoption are connecting individuals with trusted and known medical professionals. So these would be family doctors, family pediatrician, healthcare providers that you work with kind of on a regular basis. A direct conversation between an individual and a trusted medical professional is usually the best way to get questions answered, to help allay fears, and to likely encourage vaccine adoption. The second one is to make the vaccine process easy and convenient. Eric's talked about some things that we're already implementing with the State Health Department to remove some barriers to vaccine access. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of our strategies around that. And then the final one was to offer incentives. And as the Gifford report suggested, this is one that's had mixed results around the country. We have spent a lot of time talking about incentive strategy. And I'd kind of like to tell you why the plan we're proposing doesn't include direct incentives. And so let me just touch on that quickly. So here are some of the things we perceived as maybe difficult in implementing an incentive strategy. First of all, there is a lot of controversy around this strategy. There are those, and again, I don't know how big the number is. I'm thinking it's somewhere in the 25 to 30% range of residents that just say, no how, no where, no time am I getting a COVID vaccine. And in cities where incentives have been implemented, there's been significant pushback about using as a person who doesn't believe in the vaccine, using my tax dollars to pay someone else to do something I think is morally wrong. And again, controversy tends to overshadow the outcomes in some cases. The second consideration is equity cost for those who made early vaccination decisions. So those who went in early and got their vaccine, and now you offer an incentive of $150 of Provo bucks, as some other cities have done. So the 41% of our population who already got the vaccine says, well, where's my 150 Provo bucks? And pretty soon, the cost of implementing an incentive, if you include the folks who already made the right decision without an incentive, now that the cost of, and again, I hesitate to use the term moving the needle when we're talking about vaccines, but when you try to move the needle, the cost of moving it a very small amount is a very large cost. Third is the precedent of rewarding public health practices. And this gets a little bit esoteric maybe, but well, let me just paint a picture. Let's assume, for example, that one of our biggest public health crises right now are child injuries in automobiles. And so we're saying, okay, everybody, you should go out and upgrade your child safety seats to the latest, newest, and greatest technology. And for everybody who does that, we'll give you $150 towards your car seat. There's the real concern that the early adopters may be tempted to say, well, let's see how much they'll pay if the numbers don't go up quite as far. And maybe I'll wait until it's $300, or maybe I'll wait until it's $500. And so now you create this sort of perverse incentive to delay implementation of good public health practices because of a sense that at some point government will pay you enough that you will get my attention. And rather than bidding up the cost of good public health practice, we think it's kind of a difficult incentive. There's logistics of administration. This is one, again, being the administrative wonk I am, maybe the most nervous, as we talk to cities who had used some of their CARES tax dollars to stimulate local businesses. I talked to Draper and Harriman and some others who had done this, and their biggest concern was that first of all, there were businesses, if you did a sort of business coupon or a buy Provo or Provo bucks or something like that, some businesses wouldn't participate because they had to collect all the coupons and then submit them with a form to the city, and pretty soon it just became overburdensome for the business. The second piece was that the city would send these out to residents, and pretty soon somebody would use a high-end printer and would duplicate these things. And at least the city of Harriman told us that their budget more than doubled because of coupons that were mass produced that was well beyond what their CARES Act allocation was. And they were ending up using general fund dollars to supplement the work. So again, did it work? Yes, it stimulated local businesses. Were there other tools that might have been less administratively burdensome? There probably were. And I think a number of cities are thinking this maybe wasn't the best idea going forward. So again, a lot of concern around, how do you make the process administratively feasible? And then finally, just as I indicated, the combination of all of these things suggests that there are very high costs versus a comparatively low return on investment. So the general sense was, if we follow the other strategies, we're much more likely to move the needle. And even as Casey Gifford's report indicated, incentives probably ought to be used as a last resort, not a first strategy. So let me share with you now some guiding principles that we adopted early on in our process, and then we sort of built the plan around these. So these were that Utah County Health Department, as Eric's indicated, is doing a lot of work in this area. We were very concerned about overlap, about us doing things that they're doing. Maybe we could be more cost effective in some things and they could in others. And so the general sense was we should let Utah County Health Department, as our local health professionals, sort of take the lead, and then let the city come in and bring resources to the table that might be either difficult for them to acquire, that we might just be better positioned to handle. The second one is to focus on messaging through trusted health professionals. I think you can do lots of social media, and that's great, and it's very cost effective in terms of reach per dollar invested. The challenge is that most of the research is suggesting that city government messaging, along with virtually any government messaging, is not as highly trusted. And again, we're living in an era, particularly for the last several years, where the trust of government officials has seen a dramatic decline. And so even a mayor or a council member or a county commissioner or a governor getting out in front of this issue probably doesn't make as much difference as other strategies might. And again, the idea of focusing on this idea of personally known and trusted health professionals, we think is really important. We want to leverage our effective community partnerships with the health department, with parent, PTA, PTO groups, medical associations, our other healthcare providers, regional like Intermountain Healthcare and Revere Health and others, our local health clinics, BYU, Mountain Land, other local clinics. We've got great partnerships there. We ought to take advantage of those. Focus on improving access to vaccines by removing barriers. And there are lots of those. There's barriers to access in terms of disclosing personal information. Some of our residents don't want to go to a pharmacy and give you their name and birth date and address. And so we're trying to figure out, are there ways around those sorts of barriers? There can be language barriers. They can be public transit and transportation barriers. So again, trying to dramatically improve access. That Provo City, Utah County, and candidly in the final step of the plan we'll talk about today, other cities around us should be providing resources from available funding sources to do what we've been calling priming the pump. What is it we can do to make a significant leap forward in our vaccine outreach by utilizing our own respective resources carefully. And then in terms of outreach that we believe we should continue to do, although we don't think it's the most effective tool, it still will give us the opportunity, and we've been using the word amplify. So take the message that the Utah County Health Department's put out and reposting, putting it in our newsletter, doing a number of things that we'll talk about in a few minutes that will help again leverage that to take our unique resources and apply them to the outreach efforts. So let's talk about the plan elements, and let me just say at the outset, as Eric indicated, this plan is a work in progress. When I went this morning to just sort of upload the latest data so you'd have it in our staff report today, edits were being made by people at the Utah County Health Department as I was trying to capture the data. And I just had to sort of draw a line and say, this is it. I can't wait any longer. But again, and we anticipate that editing and creative thinking will continue as we get further into the plan. So we have 4 key objectives that we've identified. The first is to engage healthcare professionals. And here's the concern we have, and we've talked to a number of healthcare professionals who sometimes, because of some of the politicization of the pandemic in general, masks more specifically, and vaccinations more recently, broaching the topic can be intimidating a little bit for some of our healthcare professionals. And some of them don't all have access to immediacy of vaccine. So even if they have a conversation with a patient, it may be, I really encourage you to go down and get the vaccine, and then trying to get an appointment or figuring out a time to walk in and how long the line will be, creates this gap. And so one of the things we talked about, which we think is probably the single most important first step in this effort, is to empanel a group of doctors in a focus group advisory panel to help us identify key messages and then test our assumptions. Is this element of the plan likely to work? Candidly, I have a little bit of concern about trying to tell the doctor how to practice medicine, because I don't love it when the doctor comes in and tells me how to do traffic controls on streets. There's that little bit of professional tension. And so again, wanted to just think all the way through, what are the resources we could provide that would make the most difference to a medical practitioner? And how do we couch it in a way that would lead to adoption? So a couple of the strategies we've talked about beyond the doctor panel, which we intend to do in the next couple of weeks. is to produce and distribute a packet both in writing and electronically to the key physician practices. And again, focusing mostly on those that tend to see the most patients. So those would be sort of family practice, internal medicine specialists and pediatricians would kind of be our target market. And to give them a packet of data. So this might be scripts. It might be the opportunity to do some role playing. It might be some videos which show interactions and critique them. It might be a statement that could be put on the bottom of a billing statement. It might be an insert into a billing statement. It might be a mailer or a flyer that would be available at the receptionist's desk that talks about the importance of vaccines. Whatever those things might be that would be identified by the doctor panel, we'd want to put and then distribute to our key physicians in the community. The second step we've talked about is to, with the Utah County Health Department and IHC and Revere Health, to jointly sponsor a physician's training, which would give continuing medical education credit, which doctors and other professionals need to keep their license, where we'd bring an infectious disease expert, an epidemiologist in to do some training, maybe have the opportunity to practice some patient interactions with those physicians, buy them breakfast or lunch, and you have an opportunity to have a direct personal interaction with our medical professionals in the community. The second objective is to make access to vaccines easier and more convenient. And we've got a number of things we're talking about here. First of all, trying to do some good research locally about what are the key barriers to vaccine adoption. Encourage more medical offices in Provo to offer the vaccine. This is a little tricky because of some of the nature of the vaccine is such that once you open a vial, which provides 6 vaccines, you have exactly 6 hours to use what's in that vial or you throw it away. And so a small medical practice that maybe just has one doctor and a couple of professionals in the office may not be able to get 6 vaccine doses done in a 6-hour day, particularly if somebody comes in at the end of the day and says, gosh, I really wish you'd get the vaccine. Let me walk you down the hall and let's get you taken care of. That may just not be practical. And so again, trying to identify whatever those barriers to adoption are and coming up with strategies to get more vaccines in more medical offices with a target of getting to 80% of all Provo medical offices and clinics with immediate access in office to the vaccine. And then marketing the availability of the vaccine to our local providers. Eric's also mentioned making mobile vaccination sites more available. They are very aggressively working on that. We think that's a great idea. If anything, in our process of trying to figure out where local resources like ARPA money or other things might be able to make a difference, this is one where I think we could have a really big difference in creating more resources for mobile vaccination sites. And again, identifying locations that'll reach targeted populations and then implementing the schedule with good advance, very targeted marketing to those who we hope will visit the vaccine site. The third is to support the county's efforts at outreach and engagement. Again, working on a comprehensive and coordinated social media strategy that involves the city and the county together. Implementing a campaign to reach out through schools to parents and teens. This is a target area that is lightly vaccinated today, especially that 12 and up group has been a difficult target market to reach. And then a campaign to reach out to people of color and other minority communities who may be somewhat less interested in trying to navigate the waters of getting a vaccine to be able to feel empowered to go there. And then the fourth objective is to take what we've done and share it with others. So essentially what branded content we might create between Provo and Utah County Health Department. Maybe we create all that content in a format which can be adapted. So Spanish Fork could put their logo on it, or Salem could put their logo on it and follow a very similar pattern. Come up with a replicable program that would work. So again, a lot of these strategies are still again, subject to reality testing with our medical professional panel. And so again, we might see a lot of these change. These are kind of the product of some really good brainstorming and thinking about the implications. And so again, we've given you a copy in your packet today, so it should be online in the council packet, a kind of 3-page summary of what we've talked about here, and then a 5-page draft vaccination encouragement plan, which will be in your hands. So again, we're fully committed to working this through with the county health department. If we need financial resources, we'll be back to talk to you about those. We're still trying to flesh out the costs of some of these options. And again, we really like to test these with our medical panel before we get too far down the road. But certainly the social media strategies and increasing access to vaccination, we're starting today. So those strategies are currently underway. So with that, I'm happy to respond to questions. Eric's, I think, still available to respond if you have specific questions for us.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I don't have to start off, but I have plenty to respond. But let me just first say I feel like you've knocked this out of the park. Far exceeded my expectations, my hopes, with only 3 weeks that we asked you to come back. And I mean, just broadly, like, thank you for this. This is
a lot of good work on lots of people's parts.
Very thoughtful, very, yeah, just wonderful effort here. Thank you very much. Just a couple critiques, couple thoughts as I'm listening to this. I think that healthcare professional panel is going to be key. I work in a healthcare field, kind of peripherally, and what struck me is, and we'll have the partner with the Utah County Health Department, but it seems like the doctors associations probably have put a lot of this information together.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to think of like how to fill in the gap or how to re-emphasize or whatever, but that you're going to get all of that through that healthcare panel.
Yes. Yeah. And again, medical associations are very important, local and state. They're in. So if you look at the 5-page plan, we show a list of partners in the process, and that includes IHC, not just the institutions, but also the medical associations, state and local. We intend to get them heavily involved.
Beautiful. And that was my next point, was just, I really am glad that we have this partnership, and no sense in duplicating other people's efforts where we can build synergy. Well, wonderful. I mean, just wonderful. My question was, other partners like IHC, Provo City School District, peripherally was mentioned, but if that's part of this plan,
yep.
Great, wonderful. And then the last thing, in the incentives, I agree with much of what you had on that slide, and all of the potential negative unintended consequences that can go along with that. But it did seem like most of that was geared to the idea of 150 Provo bucks or something like that. There may be other incentives that are not as blatant. That's probably not the right word for it, but we've got the Rock the Canyon event coming up, and again, I'm glad that vaccines will be available there. But I could imagine something similar, an event that people are invited to for free, but you need to be vaccinated. Oh, and if you're not and you want to come anyway, we have this clinic right here that can take care of that. There's still some potential for unintended consequences, but there may be some incentives that are not as.
Yeah, I think actually we'd probably see that more as a part of the outreach strategy, as opposed to thinking about it as an incentive. So maybe, certainly some kind of special event, and your admission is the vaccine card. You could think about that as an incentive, but it also could just be another tool in the outreach bag. So, we're wide open to those kind of discussions.
But the main message here should be just great job on this. I'm thrilled, and I'm just very happy with the stage, with what is here and at this stage. This is great, very encouraging. So great work on that to you and to everyone who's been involved with this.
We'll pass the word along.
If I could just echo that as well, I just feel overwhelming sense of gratitude for what you're doing with this, and a sense of relief that I just know that Provo is going to be doing what we can to help with this and to supplement and enhance what the county's doing. And I love that you even took it a step further and thought about, well, if we get some good things going here, how can we share that with other communities? Because we're all in this together. So I'm a little bit of a loss for a superlative here.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You know, we often see Provo ends up playing a bit of a leadership role across the county. And we often talk about the imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And we see a lot of our fingerprints on a lot of things happening around the county. This is maybe a little more explicit than we've frequently been, but we think it's important to be that explicit about it.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation to the administration for taking this seriously. You're probably not looking for random ideas, but if you did want to creatively incentivize students, maybe there's an opportunity where they can get out of one parking violation if they show their vaccination card.
Yeah, we could put our parking enforcement people on it to make it even bigger incentive, perhaps. But great random idea, Counselor. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker and Mayor Kafusi and Mr. Edwards.
And Chair Sewell, we
Yes.
will keep bringing updates if that's okay. As we hold our first panel with the medical professionals, we'd love to report on that and just keep you coming along with everything. I know as far as the other cities go, they don't have the resources we have. I've done this before where we do offer all of our, graphic designs and whatnot for them to push out. And they are really excited when I reached out to them that we're willing to lead this out again and leave our logo off it so that they can take it and push it out through their communities. Again, it's a county issue with Provo, with the daytime numbers that, go really high during the day because this is where the workforce comes. They're coming from all around the county. So we need to make sure everyone is doing their part. And they just really expressed appreciation that we're thinking of them as well with this, because we do have we're privileged, right? We have the resources that we can pull this kind of stuff together.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And if I might just add, this mayor and administration have been really good at forming partnerships and cooperating with other entities. And this is just another great example of that. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 2, which is a presentation on the Provo River Delta Restoration Project and possible impact on Provo Airport. And let's see, do we need a technical fix here before we get started? Okay. This item will be presented by Dave Decker, our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. Thank you for the opportunity that I have today to present a few additional thoughts on the Delta Restoration Project. And before I get started, I want to make sure that the council knows that Steve Gleason is on the call. He's joined us through the Zoom link. He's traveling today, and but if there's specific questions that you have for Steve relative to the airport, he's should be available to answer those questions. Brian Torgerson, who's the Division Director over Public Services, which is part of the airport, is also here, and joining us with Jimmy McKnight, who put together quite a bit of the information on the presentation today. I think it's important to start this presentation just as indicating our intent in presenting. You may recall in July there was a presentation by the Mitigation Commission, and I felt like it was important for the council to get a little bit more information, particularly from the perspective of the airport, who I'm trying to represent the best I can today, which is part of Public Works. And primarily my intent again today is to try to help the council understand the project and concerns that the airport staff has. We, early in my tenure, I found myself oftentimes coming to the council and providing information to the council that was not necessarily good news, particularly from a financial standpoint. In fact, the two counselors that are here present today probably remember, because you have you're not the oldest, you're the longest tenured members of the city council, and probably remember some of those presentations. And I was a little surprised from time to time, comments that I received from particularly former elected officials about not having the information, even though it was available years before in either master plans or financial plans. And I felt like it was important for Public Works to try to keep the council informed in all areas. And so that's really one of the primary reasons that I'm here today. I also think it's important to make sure that the council understands my intent is not to try to get the council to alter the current project direction. That's a decision completely up to the Mitigation Commission. It's really just to inform the council primarily about our concerns. And we're not trying to change the course of anything at this point, unless you decide to ask additional questions, or if you want to go to legal counsel or somebody else to have some additional information. It's primarily just to broaden, to add to your perspective about the project. With that, I want to, one other thing that kind of goes along with that last reason behind the presentation today. I want to make sure that the council understands we've been concerned enough at a staff level about this project to have not only our internal legal look at the process that the project gone through, but we actually hired an external legal firm to look at it as well. And somebody that had good expertise in environmental work. And interestingly enough, and not terribly surprising, they came back with the exact same recommendation that our internal legal team had looked at. And I believe Brian Jones still shares that same approach and view. And their recommendation was that the city allow the project to move forward. They actually had three options for the city to consider, but their recommendation, their preferred option at this point, is to allow the project to move forward and to monitor the project to make sure that the proponents of the project are adhering to the requirements in the environmental work, the commitments that they've made, and to try to document, to keep up with things that are happening that are making us nervous. And if the proponents do not adhere to their commitments, to keep good documentation. So I think that's again, primarily the reason that we're here today is to inform the council along those lines. The primary concern, I'm hoping that this is going to work here. Maybe not, Cliff. Let's just go to the next slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. The primary concern that the airport staff has expressed to the Mitigation Commission and to the proponents of the project relate to bird strikes on airplanes. And our primary concern is the proximity of the project to the airport. These are pictures you probably remember in spring of this year. There was a very well publicized issue that involved the Utah Jazz, and but bird strikes happen not just occasionally, and they happen at the Salt Lake International Airport. They happen in Provo. They happen in other airports. If we can go to the next slide, also, and you can see the damage can be extensive on a plane, and probably many of you may remember the incident back in New York that had a movie and everything made about it, about bird strikes. And so I think again, for the average citizen, these may not be critical issues, but for airport staff, they're clearly an issue that we have to keep in mind. So if we can go to the next slide. With that, I want to do just a little bit of update from a historical standpoint so that the council understands where the airport staff and Public Works is coming from. So there was a lot of environmental work that was done in ranging depends on which classification of environmental work, but it started in the mid 2000s. There was some early work done, a lot of more intense environmental work that led up to what they call a record of decision, or a ROD, that was signed in 2015. And Steve Gleason and others did a very good job in participating in the environmental work, made our concerns very clear. And the ROD, or the record of decision, actually addressed or laid out some commitments relative to bird strikes on the Delta project. And in 2017, a couple of years after the ROD was signed, in the fall of 2017, Brian Torgerson and Steve Gleason and myself, we attended a 2 or 3 hour long meeting where wildlife specialists were brought in by the Mitigation Commission and specified exactly some of the design details that they were going to include in the project to try to limit bird attraction in the project. Some of those are actually illustrated in this photo, and you can see this is actually from the presentation in July that was just done. And one of the specific, or I'll mention two things that were specifically mentioned by their wildlife specialists in 2017, is the vegetation itself. The height of the vegetation was critical for those wildlife specialists, trying not to encourage birds to gather in the vegetation. The other thing that they mentioned was the size and the shape of the water bodies that form the islands in the Delta. And you can see they've tried to keep them relatively small. That was one of the critical items that they talked about. And one other that I can mention here is the cut slope on the island. You'll notice particularly the one that's in the center of the picture. If you look on the side, you can see it's a very steep slope from the water going up into the vegetation on the island. And the wildlife specialist explained to us birds like to be able to walk from the water onto the islands. And so keeping those slopes very steep discourages waterfowl to walk onto those islands. And really at the end of the meeting, we had just a couple of basic questions for those specialists from the public works and the airport side. And the basic question was, who's going to maintain all of that? All those elements change, some of them change frequently. And the main issue was who's going to keep the vegetation, who's going to make sure that those slopes don't erode and change. And they really didn't have a plan at that point. They indicated that they were approaching the state and that was their plan, but they didn't have anything in writing at that point. Since that time, they have approached the Department of Natural Resources and specifically the Division of Wildlife Resources. And we believe that is that's the agency, the state agency that they intend to transfer the Delta project to eventually. And that transfer is one of the key concerns that we have from the airport staff. We're concerned about keeping those design elements in place, maintaining them from a budget standpoint, from a workforce standpoint. Do they have adequate funding, budget, manpower to keep up with the maintenance requirements that are committed to in the environmental work? And the city has less control over that. We've been, somewhat involved, but that transfer is really between the Mitigation Commission and the state agency that will eventually take over. And so we have less input in that process. We've also participated heavily, very heavily invested in meeting and writing an agreement relative to our participation and commitments between the Mitigation Commission and the potential state agencies and Provo City. Wayne particularly has played a key role in this, and I have to, we'll talk a little bit about the details, but I have to give Wayne and many other people credit for many years now. It's been a long time coming relative to the agreement, and I'll detail some of the details in that agreement. So if we can go to the next couple of photos, one of the main concerns again that the Public Works Department has is some of the elements that don't necessarily pertain to the June sucker. I need to remind people from time to time that the June sucker is a fish. It's not a bird. And we sometimes confuse when we talk about the Delta. I can kind of tell that people are transferring, conversations about the June sucker into conversations about birds. And that's not necessarily the case. And I do need to remind the council, the airport staff is clearly involved in Migratory Bird Act. We understand, Steve understands, as people understand very clearly what can and can't be done with birds. But I still think it's important to distinguish what happens in the Delta. And you can see part of the project, again, our concern is focused, we feel like focused outside of the actual June sucker recovery. It's not just a fish project. And you can see some of the trails, and we can go to the next slide, please. You can see an observation tower or a couple of towers. On the next slide is shown here. Again, probably primarily there for bird watching. And then the last element, several months ago, if we can go to the next slide again, several months ago, the power department of Provo City was approached by the Mitigation Commission to help erect, for lack of a better word, a telephone pole or a power pole with a nest on the top of it, or a potential for a nest on the top of it. Again, very much elements that are bird related and not necessarily part of the June sucker recovery. And these actions, and from time to time, comments that are made from either supporting or cooperating agencies with this project make us concerned about where the direction of the project is primarily headed. Again, our main concern here is about the maintenance and the commitment level from the state. And we've also hired, one other expense that the city has borne is hiring an environmental consultant. So obviously the Mitigation Commission has wildlife specialists and other people that have made big commitments to the project and been part of the design. But we, in addition to outside legal counsel, we've also hired an environmental firm. And one of the comments that they made to us relative to the maintenance was it will take some time to kind of show, what's going to happen to the overall project relative to the vegetation and to some of these other elements. It won't happen overnight. The issues won't manifest themselves. In fact, they actually gave us a range depending on the amount of maintenance that's either done or not done. It could take somewhere between 3 to 7 years. They indicated before issues began to develop for the city and for the airport. So I think it's important to understand this is kind of a long-term issue. This is not an issue that's going to reveal itself very quickly. And so one of the things, if we can go to the last slide here, one other point that I wanted to make for the council today is about financial issues that are impacting the city. We only went back 2 fiscal years. There are some expenses that were previous to this, but just in the last 2 fiscal years, we're approaching about $75,000 in expenses, mostly outside legal counsel, environmental work, that has been looking at the project. But I think it's important for the council to understand that expenses that will be borne by the city will continue in the future. The agreement that I mentioned before that Wayne and other staff members, myself and Steve and Brian have all participated in, we are committing city funds to, at a minimum, we're committing to pay half a salary for an employee, a wildlife specialist, to monitor the project, to help the airport staff, and to try to make recommendations. And again, so I think it's important to understand that the city, Provo City, will continue to take some financial commitments to protect itself and help the project succeed in a way that can be beneficial for everyone that's involved. But you can see the expenses to date. I also think it's important for the council to know one other question that comes up from time to time is expenses relative to the Lakeview Parkway. Some proponents I've heard actually talk about it as though money is coming from the Delta project and contributing to the Lakeview Parkway project. And I think we need to clarify that they are paying for modifications to the original design. So the project, if you remember the map, it actually and the presentation from the Mitigation Commission, one of the key elements is to move the Provo River, transfer it out of its current riverbed, and transfer most of the flow into an adjoining into the Delta project. And by moving that, creating a new channel, they've created a need for another bridge and some additional property acquisition. And so their obligation and the agreements that we've worked out pay for those additional items, but they are not contributing money to the original project. We could build the project; it's completely funded. We can move forward as originally designed without any additional funding. So I think with that, the last item that I'd like to mention to the council before I open it up for any questions that you might have, I just make one other recommendation that has come up from time to time, and it primarily comes from a conversation that I had with an FAA inspector. I generally do not take a lot of calls from the FAA. Steve and Brian and other people generally handle those calls just fine. But in this particular case, one of the FAA representatives wanted to talk directly to me. So I was a little bit taken back by it, but there were several items that we talked about. It was a rather long phone call, about 45 or 50 minutes long. But to my surprise, one of the specific concerns that he brought up was this particular project. And it took me a little bit by surprise, his concern. And so as I contemplated after the phone call and conversations with airport staff, I felt like it was good recommendation to the council to move forward in some kind of a manner to monitor what's happening with wildlife, and particularly birds in the area of the new Delta project. The primary concern, again, that we have is not just the proximity. We fully admit, again, bird strikes happen at the airport currently. Again, they're mostly smaller birds. Our concern is, does the project start to attract larger birds, Canadian geese and swan and pelicans, things that are going to do damage, that you saw in the photos. But and there's clearly some of those birds that are there right now. But again, the proximity, the location off the end of the runway, about a half a mile off the end of the north end of the runway, it all gives us concern. And again, comes back to what is the maintenance? Is it going to be maintained adequately? And so one of the recommendations that we have as public works staff is that we investigate with the FAA the possibility of installing a wildlife monitoring system that would be ongoing, tracking wildlife both in and out of that particular area. And it's mostly to try to protect the city at this point. And if the project's well maintained, done the way the commitment and the environmental work is done, we don't anticipate an issue. But again, we're a little concerned about the next few steps that are happening. I do have to indicate one other thing in my presentation. I do have to give several people credit. We have spent a number of months, I think it's been at least 18 months, maybe 2 years, working on the agreement. And particularly Central Utah Water has stepped up in a couple of areas where we're concerned about adequate funding, and they have indicated that they would be a backstop to a certain degree, at least, on some of the items. And so the other half of the employee that I mentioned is backstopped by Central Utah Water through this agreement. Some of the material, they've also committed, I believe it's $100,000 that they've committed to budget for what I would call bigger CIP projects. The largest ones that, if we ended up getting into a point where the Delta had to be reconstructed in a major way, That still is a question for us and probably for the proponents of the project. But I do have to give credit where it's due. I think a number of people have tried to really step up and alleviate some of the main concerns that the city has. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, Steve Gleason is on the phone if the council or anybody else has any questions at this point.
Any questions for Mr. Decker? Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, after reading an email that you sent a few weeks ago and then hearing this presentation, am I correct to summarize and say that your primary concerns are with long-term management?
It is the long-term management tends to lead to, or potentially lead, based on our environmental group, said that the maintenance will likely tie directly to the birds and the likelihood of bird strikes.
Okay, so that's maybe not an immediate issue, but long-term, working with the Division of Wildlife Resources, we anticipate that it could or would be an issue. Is that right?
That is correct. I think the best way to say it is we're keeping an eye on how the project is managed.
Okay, so let's say it's the year 2031, what should we have done in the next 10 years prior to 2031 to cooperate and coordinate with DWR?
So the primary objectives, at least the way they are identified right now in the agreement, that joint employee, the primary responsibility of that joint employee is to monitor the project, and it's not just isolated to the project, but the primary focus of the employee will be to monitor the project, keep an eye on management, and as we identify items that we feel like are not being adequately addressed, to bring them to the property owner, whether that's the mitigation still or if that's the Division of Wildlife Services at that point, to bring them to the attention of the appropriate property owner for them to be addressed by that property owner. I think it's important to note that the agreement does give the airport staff and our joint employees some latitude in immediate or what we call emergency items to be addressed, but we don't anticipate that employee to be out, dealing with vegetation in large areas of the Delta. So we're primarily bringing issues and documenting those requests, and again, documenting whether they follow up on those requests for management.
Thank you.
Mr. Decker, you mentioned a concern about the transition of responsibility that will eventually occur to a state agency. Is there a realistic alternative to that, or is that something that needs to happen and we just kind of have to keep monitoring it as you've explained?
Well, we've asked that almost that exact same question of the Mitigation Commission, and by the way, the state agency's Division of Wildlife has participated in many of the meetings, and I don't know that there has been another option that has been really discussed at length. When we asked the question, the Mitigation Commission indicated that that's their typical process, is to eventually transfer projects to one of the state agencies. And I think it's important to note that that those projects, one of the questions, the follow-up question, I guess, that we ask is, have any of those projects been in close proximity to an airport? So, do we get a good feel whether they can manage a project in close proximity to an airport? And they generally have indicated that they do not have projects this close to, a regional or international airport. So again, that raised the level of concern a bit for us.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Decker.
Thank you very much.
let's move on to item number 3, which is a presentation on the general plan to be presented by Robert Mills, Planning Supervisor, and says here also design workshop staff.
Yes. Thank you, Council, Mayor, everybody. It's great to be with you again. It does say me on there, but I think the majority of the presentation is going to be by our consultant design workshop. So I believe that they are online with us and ready to go. Is that right? Okay. And then we'll just turn the time over to them for their presentation portion. And then at the end, we'll have questions and answers, and I'll be available for anything related to us. So.
Sounds good. Thank you. I see Allison is there. Is there anything we need to do to get her connected?
Hello.
Here.
Okay. Hello.
Am I seeing this correctly? You have our presentation pulled up?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And we can hear you.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I think Becky's on as well. If we want to give her access, she'll probably be joining.
Yep. No, I'm here.
Hi, Becky.
Hello. Yep. Hi, everybody.
Great. Well, do you want me to start or do you want to jump in?
I'll just jump in and do the first couple of slides here, Allison, and then you can run with it there. So hello, everybody. Great to see you again. We just wanted to take a little bit of time today during your work session to give you an update on the sustainability plan and then spend a little more time on the general plan update, just kind of giving you a progress report. But then also we have a handful of questions that we would appreciate getting your thoughts on. If you want to go to the next slide. And Allison, do you want to do this?
Great. Yeah, so we kicked off the sustainability plan in kind of early to mid-July. And as you're all aware from our general plan conversations and what we heard from the community, it became very evident that sustainability is a core value of the Provo community. And in order to adequately address this beyond what the level of the general plan might have to offer, the city initiated a sustainability plan, which is essentially going to be a sister document to the general plan that will allow for a higher level of detail and more specific recommendations and actions for how to move forward on sustainability within the Provo community. So over the past month and a half, we have been working with Spirit Environmental Group on a baseline assessment and benchmarking study. And that's really to understand what is it that Provo is doing right now, and where are there opportunities for improvement? What can this sustainability plan offer as actions and suggestions to help elevate the role in which Provo is a sustainable community? And we've had 2 working group meetings with a core group of leaders within the community, which have really helped to drive some of the specific benchmarks and baseline assessments forward. So last week we delivered to Robert and his staff a draft of what that baseline assessment might be. And we will share a little bit of that in our presentation here today. Our next steps for the project will be moving into specific targets. So this is utilizing the information from that baseline assessment and benchmarking to understand where do you want to go? Where can where can there be improvements be made, and what are the measures in order for that to be successful, to have an impact on sustainability? From that, we'll work on a draft plan, and this is where you'll find the general plan and the sustainability plan really starting to overlap. And the goal is that both plans would go through Planning Commission and Council at the same time and be approved in tandem. The idea is that these plans are very much working back and forth and supporting one another in the overall outcomes. Anything to add? Questions?
Nope. Next slide. That's good. We'll go. Yeah.
So these are the elements of the general plan that you might be familiar with, aligned with the different aspects of the sustainability plan. that we'll be moving forward with. So you can see that all of these high-level things when it comes to the Provo community have a sustainability goal tied to them. Next. You should have a copy of this in your packet. This is a draft document outline for how the sustainability plan will move forward. You'll also have a draft table of contents for the general plan. And you can see that the alignment of the two plans is very similar. They're structured using the same core themes that were developed through our community engagement processes, and will both provide a level of detail, whether it's through baseline data and benchmarking, as well as specific and strategies and actions for how to achieve those targets. Next. So just to give you a heads up, are the benchmarking communities that we looked at and studied are Fort Collins, Colorado, Tempe, Arizona, and Reno, Nevada. We chose these different communities with the help of the working group as well as city staff. And we're looking for some specific areas of alignment. We wanted communities that were similar in size. We wanted communities that had to deal with mountain issues that mountain communities as well as arid mountain communities have to deal with. As well as University Town, which has significant impacts to the overall operations, as well as do they have current sustainability actions in place. Some are more focused around climate, some Reno had more of a robust sustainability plan. And these benchmarking efforts were used to identify specifically targets as well as where there are opportunities for us to look to peers and use them as a benchmark or a reference or a precedent for how Provo can begin to move forward on their sustainability plan. Next. And so with kind of this draft baseline assessment and benchmarking study, we have this 2019 baseline dashboard. So this is a benchmark or a baseline. This is where you guys are at based on 2019 data for key performance indicators. And these are the different areas of the plan that we'll start to move forward with, whether it's carbon footprint, water, renewable energy, mobility. These are the different benchmarks that we'll be looking at and seeing if there's opportunities for improvement. And one of the questions we had for you is that environment. Typically we'll use tree canopy, but that data hasn't been available, and we've gone through a kind of exhaustive resources. And so we might need to look at a different measure for environment. And one of the suggestions was either impervious surface or looking at albedo, which is the reflection of basically white light back into the atmosphere. And so with both impervious surface or albedo, this is kind of giving an understanding of ambient heat temperatures within the environment that we can look at as a measure, and the goal of bringing those temperatures down to help increase sustainability as well as human comfort. And so we had a question for the council. Do you have thoughts as to what might be a good measure when it comes to this environmental category for our baseline assessment?
So while you're noodling on that, I will just add that our approach to this, in order to create something that's successful and will be used going forward and implemented, is to use data that is readily available to collect. And so if we have to do something, if you all have to do something that's customized that requires a lot of staff time or something to find a number every year, it's likely not going to be tracked. So this baseline dashboard really will be the foundation for the creation of the targets and the metrics moving forward. So in thinking about environment, we do look for data or information that is available and trackable.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, did you say that other cities were measuring this with the tree canopy or with like surface reflection or albedo?
Yeah, so those are typical the kind of the three best measures would be impervious surfaces, so parks and spaces that can absorb water, that albedo, so the reflection back into the atmosphere, or tree canopy. And to Becky's point, we want a measure that is easy for you to continue to track year after year so that you can determine progress.
This is just a personal opinion based on this short conversation, but I think I'm partial to the tree canopy. One, because it is an indication of shade and mature trees and the distribution of mature trees. And trees also offset carbon emissions. And I think that could be tracked through GIS analysis.
We have, the data is not available. We've been working with your GIS coordinators to try and find it, but it has not been easily accessible for us, and therefore we worry that it won't be easily accessible for you to continue to track.
Okay. What has been, what alternatives do we have then? What are we picking between if this is a multiple choice question?
We were looking for some suggestions from all of you. So, but tree canopy.
Fill in the blank question then.
Yes, fill in the blank. So we explored tree canopy and we're not able to find the data. And so we're looking open comment. One of our thoughts was that albedo or impervious surface might be some good alternatives, but we're looking to see if you had any thoughts or suggestions as well.
Maybe it's impervious surfaces, or maybe it's, maybe this is a social aspect, but like hours spent outdoors, kind of at a per capita rate.
Yeah.
I think that might be an indication people stay indoors when there's poor air quality, when there's fire, haze, and smoke. Those are just ideas.
Speaking of air quality, what about something like average air quality index or something like that? Or thinking of water table level. Our water table level's been dropping for many years, and we're trying to turn that around. But
those are great suggestions.
Yeah, those are good. Okay, well, we should probably keep going, but unless there's another thought or comment, and if you think of something, please just communicate it with Robert, but timely, so in the next week or so, so that we can include that in the baseline data.
Yep. With that, is there any other questions on the sustainability plan before we jump into the general plan? You should have a copy of the baseline. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't see anyone with the raised hand. So.
Okay. Well, there's a copy of the table of contents and the baseline assessment in your packet. Please feel free to share any comments, and we're happy to pick those up, as Becky said. All right, then. Well, switching gears to the other part of this project, which is the general plan update. Becky, do you want to start off, or do you want me to jump in?
I think you can keep going. I'll just add the color commentary.
Great. Well, we are well through, or almost all the way through phase 2 of synthesizing and prioritizing. We have done quite a bit of work to get to this point and shared with Robert and his team a couple weeks ago a 50% draft of the document. That document, is still in working format and is meant to be kind of a checkpoint to assess with him and his team. Is this in alignment with the goals of the city? Is this the right path forward? And from the kind of this major milestone, we'll move into a 70 to 80% draft, which is a pretty well refined draft document. And at that point, we'll share it back with a broader group of people. So you will see it with the council, we'll share it with the working group, we'll share it with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and really get your thoughts and feedback before moving into 100% document in with our goal of being October to be back in front of council with beginning the process towards adoption. Next. So one of the things that has really come to fruition since the last time we met with this group was the vision statement. We had a really great working session with city staff and have this vision statement here that is really a guiding force for the document. This is the umbrella. And one of the things that came out of that conversation was this idea of not just having themes, but really having commitments. What are we committed as a city to do as we move forward into this general plan? And the commitment that is kind of overarching is this idea that you are stewards to one another in all that you do. And this becomes the driving force for the key themes and for the plan itself. Next. And you should have a copy of this document outline as well as a draft of the vision statement, of the key themes and the goals, kind of the draft goals and some bullet pointed strategies. And we'll go through a little bit of that in the coming slides, but I wanted to let you know that you have a copy of all of this. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time reading through it. You can read through it and provide comment, and we'll provide more of a generalized perspective on it. This is the document outline for the general plan, similar to the sustainability plan. It's outlined by those key themes or those key commitments. And within each chapter, it outlines some of the contextual information, including what we heard from the community. It outlines the goals and strategies that you have a copy of in your packet. And then what will continue to be developed in the coming weeks as we refine those specific strategies is an action plan or an implementation plan for how do we move those specific strategies forward. So that's something that will be developed after this 50% milestone draft and as we move into that 70 to 80% draft. So a key part of a general plan is the idea of a future land use map. A future land use map, like this slide says, is used as a visual guide for future planning. It's where you hope that the community will go in the future. It's not an official zoning map. It is meant as a guide. And what you see on the left is the current general plan map. And we wanted to stop at this point in the conversation and have a little bit of a discussion around how you're currently using the future land map and where could it be improved so that the general plan can really help to guide this future vision forward. If you want to go to the next slide, I'll give you guys some key things of what we're thinking about, and then we can have a discussion. Some of our thoughts were that in talking with Robert and his team, there was some confusion about how different overlay districts, transit-oriented development, commercial, and mixed use, which are all different designations on the current map, are applied. So we thought some clarification around what those mean on the map might be beneficial. And then one of the other things is we heard from the community that access to the outdoors and the stewardship of the outdoors theme is like astoundingly agreed upon by the community. This is a core community value. And currently the general plan map is all of those parks and recreation areas are identified in blue as part of public facilities. So differentiating those parks might be something that this land use map could look at moving forward. And then another just kind of general comment was thinking about industrial with a scale of intensity. So either a light or a high. So with that, I'll stop talking and let you guys share a little bit of your thoughts. How is this current land use map used, and how might we be able to think about how it could be a better tool for you in the future?
So just to clarify, when you're talking about the current map, you're referring to the general plan map that's shown here?
That's correct.
So with planning commission, if a proposal comes through, a development proposal comes through, they'll look at the general plan and in components of the general plan, including this future land use map, to see if this proposed development aligns with the kind of general plan goals and criteria, as well as this future land use map. And if it aligns, great. If it doesn't, then that's going to trigger a whole nother set of discussions and most likely application requirements and things like that. So I'm just curious, as council, do you find yourself referring to this future land use map at all, or occasionally, or what's your usage of this particular piece of information?
Mr. Harding?
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually curious from Mr. Mills, how up to date is this map? How up to date is this map compared to our neighborhood plan future land use maps? Does it incorporate most of what we have in those future land?
It does incorporate most of the future land use maps that are found in the neighborhood plans are incorporated here. Both are updated concurrently.
Okay.
And so I think at this point, it would be just helpful to say, you are the deciding body for the city, right? And how all of these decisions for land use are made. And going forward, we want to make that as clear and easy for the council, the planning commission as possible. And so this is a really important element of those decisions that you make. And is there something that would be helpful as you're looking at this that would make it easier to make those land use decisions? If you look at this, there are a lot of colors. There are a lot of specifically defined lines on this that correspond to property lines and things like that. Is that helpful as you're making those decisions, or would you like to see something a little bit more variable, as far as maybe the line isn't quite as strict as we've drawn it, that allows for flexibility, those types of things? And I also want to just say that we recognize that this is a lot of information to process in this type of meeting. And so we hope that this is an ongoing conversation, that we're only at 50% right now. And so we want to get some good direction, but obviously understand that this is going to be an ongoing process.
Yeah. So I was just going to answer the question of how much do we use this. To answer that, generally when I'm looking at these rezone requests, I'm looking at the neighborhood plans, which generally have a little more detail. It's not the whole city. It's much closer up, and there's usually some context in the text as well. But I'm heavily influenced by what plans we already have in place, and I agree. If a development or if a rezone request aligns with what we've already said, this is what we want, then it's a pretty easy answer for me to say yes to a rezone like that. But if a rezone request contradicts what we've adopted as plans, then I need a lot more convincing that what they're proposing is actually in the public interest. So it's a much tougher sell for me, and I do rely on these heavily, though usually it's in the form of those neighborhood plan future land use maps.
And that's actually really helpful doublefold to understand, because one thing that we want to do with this general plan major update is kind of establish its preeminence as the planning document for our city, and that our neighborhood plans, the sustainability plan, transportation master plan, those flow from that, and they're all consistent. So that's really helpful information.
Should we go to the next slide? That might be helpful too. So you have a future land use map, as Allison and Robert were saying, that's actually pretty specific for what we would typically see in a general plan. And these are just kind of three different examples of not necessarily being really property specific, although you can start to see some blocks and maybe parcels, but not tied to ownership. These are the types of plans that I kind of refer to that are drawn with a fat marker versus a property boundary. So, just curious if at a general plan level, if you feel like this would be more helpful. So one is we're narrowing down the number of categories. And certainly in the examples of on the left side and the right side, these are more general in nature than kind of tied to ownership. So do you prefer this, or do you prefer kind of what you have already?
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I think in the past we've identified that our citywide future land use map probably has it sometimes has gotten confused itself with maybe a future zoning map, and so we have had a lot of different categories. I think that the one that I have been referring to most recently is the Southwest area future land use map, and I really like how that has been done, where it's not a sharp line between this color and then that color. It's more of these. It's fat marker. I like that description. Or watercolor is another way to kind of describe it. It's almost more like bubbles, and the bubbles don't push up against each other, super clearly. So it is. As I think you've been asking us, and so yes, I do prefer moving towards less colors, higher level view, and not worrying about where those property lines are, but just this is generally what should happen in this general area. Thank you.
Councilor Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say amen to that. I'm very much in favor of less specificity, more generality. The fat pencil, that rings a bell for me. So I would confirm or concur with Mr. Harding in that regard. I think we're way over specified in the current map.
Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth.
I hope this answers your question. My concern, I guess, is that I don't, as a counselor for the next 2.5 years or something, I don't want to have to make land use decisions every single time a rezone comes to us. Right? I mean, we're making land use decisions constantly, but I don't want to have the same discussion over and over and over and over. And so if there is some way to integrate, I don't know, to create some kind of system that permits us to make more intuitive decisions, or to have some commitments that we've pre-committed to, and then therefore making those discussions and decisions easier, that would be ideal.
Great. Well, that's really helpful direction. So we will start to think about, we've been thinking about it. We'll start to actually put together what that might look like, and get some examples out before we kind of redraw, if you will, the entire city. I use the term, drawing with a fat marker. I think the other term that we often use is like your current land use map is kind of drawn with your pen in your fingers versus drawing from the elbow. So you can think about it in those terms as well. Okay, shall we move on, Allison?
Yep, that sounds great. Well, that was very helpful direction on the land use map, which is a component of the general plan. But as alluded to earlier, we have these 6 commitments, and these were really emerged through conversations with the general community, through conversations with the working group, through conversations with staff, and our focus groups. So these emerged through all of the different things that we heard from the various different people who've been involved in this process over the last 9 months. And we've come to these levels, these different commitments. And so these are the guiding elements of the general plan, and they will continue to guide as we go into specific goals and strategies. And Councilor Ellsworth, to your point, that is hopefully going to add additional opportunity for you to have something to reference that can help provide some consistency in decision-making process. So keeping that in mind, like I said, you have a copy of these commitments as well as the strategies. The goals, so our draft goals, which we have had some conversations around, and the strategies, which are still in kind of a bullet point form. And we're continuing to refine what those specific strategies are to achieve those goals within the commitments. So there's kind of a flow. And so we're in this stage where we're working to refine those. And so that's where we could use your feedback on as we move forward. So we have a little bit of time left, and I'm not going to go through and read every single one of these commitments, goals, and strategies. You have a copy of that, but we're going to jump through 3 different ones and have just a general question of, are we missing anything? Are there additional things that you would like us to add or consider as we continue to refine these commitments, goals, and strategies moving into the next stage of the document? Next slide. So this is the first one. The very first theme, the very first chapter in the document is around a welcoming community. And so these are the goals that we've identified for this chapter. And we had a question for you in looking at these goals and looking at the strategies in the document. Are there additional ways that the general plan might consider or address equity in a way that helps with that decision-making process? So kind of opening up the floor to you, provide some feedback to us as to, have we captured it all? Are we missing anything? Are there additional things that you would like us to think about or consider as we begin to refine this?
Councilor Fillmore.
My comment actually goes back to the prior slide. I thought that was a nice summary of overall goals and strategies, but I thought one word that kind of conspicuous by its absence is conservation. And maybe you fold that in. I mean, the essence of the sustainability plan, in my mind, is conservation of our resources. And that probably comes under stewardship of the outdoors, but I'm not sure where you'd put that. But I think we're all very much focused on conserving water resources, cleaning up the air, that kind of thing.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, this is in regards to the next slide about welcoming. I think that one of the things we struggle with is welcoming different housing types. Maybe that's something that should be considered for integration into this element, is welcoming people who have a different kind of house than I do.
Yeah, and we do address that under a different goal. So it's not in the welcoming community, but it is addressed in a later goal.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Harding.
Thank you. I had some, we're jumping into feedback on kind of the specific goals and strategies. I did have a couple points of feedback, one on the vision and one on just kind of language generally. I didn't know when in this presentation would be a good time to provide that feedback.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I should start off and mention that I'm part of the working group that has met with this, and I appreciated the conversations that we've had and the ability to provide input. And then also let me say that there's in the 6 years I've been a city councilor, there's always kind of a balance, a tight rope walk of knowing where my role is and when to give input and when to kind of step back and allow things to develop. And I probably still haven't found the right balance on that, but in particular where this is a policy, a visioning document, kind of a very high level, I do feel like, that the council needs to take an active participation in this, which I appreciate. We're having this this update now. And there have been times where I've kind of just taken a step back and said, well, let's see how the process turns out. And sometimes there's been times where it's like, wow, that's not what I was hoping to see. But at that point in the process, it was too late. Things already had enough momentum. So I'm going to be, I guess, blunt in some of these comments. I think I've mentioned at least part of them before. And again, I definitely have had a seat at the table and have been able to give my input. But I guess I'm mostly speaking, I think, to fellow counselors to see if there's, if this is, if they see it the same way, and then maybe that can be input for, going forward in this process. I guess let me start with the vision statement. I worry that this vision statement is, and having been part of the process, it feels like it's kind of a committee came up with a lot of different ideas, and it was kind of all smashed together. So I think a term I've heard used is word salad, and it feels a little bit of a word salad to me, that it uses a lot of words that have different connotations and different, convey different thoughts, and then it's just kind of all pushed together. Provo is a welcoming committee for all who enjoy access to open space, excellence in education, and a historic downtown. So is Provo not a welcoming community for people who don't enjoy access to open space, or who don't enjoy access to excellence in education? I mean, it seems like all of those things narrow down who we're a welcoming community for. And then immediately after, and I don't know if there should be a comma there, a semicolon, or whatever, but where local culture is celebrated through arts and innovation, is that tied to the first part of that sentence? Grammatically, I'm struggling to understand, what is it saying? All of the words evoke, good emotions and good thoughts, but we strive to be. To me, a vision statement should be a statement of what, not necessarily what we are now, but what we intend to be at some point in the future. When we talk about what we're striving to be, do we envision ourselves as someone who strives to be this, or do we envision ourselves to be a regional economic hub? And then when it gets into, by encouraging purposeful development, to me, that's a strategy, and that should be, somewhere else where we talk about how are we going to reach our vision, not encapsulated in our vision. Earlier, when we were talking about about our response to COVID and our encouragement for people to get vaccinated, we talked about Provo's role in the community, in the valley, and we do play an important role as in the broader community, and I think that should be something that's encapsulated in or captured in our vision statement. In working with the committee and discussing some of these things, here's another vision that was written. Provo is the heart of Utah County, the center of culture, arts, education, commerce, and government. Provo is a great place to live, work, study, and play, with safe and welcoming neighborhoods, a thriving economy, a vibrant downtown, and abundant recreational activities. I feel like that covers a lot of the same aspects that are in this, the vision statement that was presented before, but to me is a much sharper vision of what we want to be, and something that we can hold up and when we have those decisions, whether they're land use or other decisions, budget decisions. When we have those decisions, we can fall back to a vision statement and say, is this getting us closer to that vision or not? So anyway, so I guess the first piece of feedback is that I think we could, with some language, fix. Yeah, I don't know how to bring that all together. I apologize. I'm not very good with words. It's a lot easier to critique other people's words than come up with my own. But I think just more specific, more sharp words, a clearer vision, I think would be helpful with that. And then the second thing, just broadly, and I'm getting back to language and word choice, but throughout this document, there's a the words we choose, I think, will impact how the community responds to this document. I think if we kind of take jargon from either end of the political spectrum, I think it could be alienating to parts of our community, because we have members of the community from across the political spectrum. I think we can find words that can unite, or we can select words that will generate resistance. So one example, and I'm not going to, just this one example, and it can be applied to other things, but our commitment under here, elements under, chapter 1, it talks about social equity. And equity is used throughout this document, even on the dashboard. The definition of the Gini coefficient is it's an index for income equity. The definitions I found online were it's a measurement of how even is the distribution of income, or the flip side of that, it's a metric of income inequality. So where did equity come from? And I understand that different people will use these words sometimes interchangeably, but also at the same time, if you try to dig down and pin down, what is inequality? What is equality? What is equity? What are the differences? One way to look at inequality is, of equality is leveling the playing field. And in a nutshell, equality is the intentional unleveling of the playing field in order to get equal outcomes. And I mean, I've had pushback in the past just using the word sustainability, and I'm okay with that. I can go toe to toe with someone and explain, with the definition of what sustainability is, meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. I'll go toe to toe with anyone with that and defend my use of sustainability. I would have a tough time, and I think we're just inviting pushback from one part of our community if we if we're constantly talking about equity, and are we really talking about equity, or are we talking equality? And it seems problematic. Where if we talked about fairness, I think we can make the same point and not alienate a good chunk of our community. And we do see, in 1B down here, fair distribution across neighborhoods. I think, but again, if we just talked about it through fairness and maybe avoid some of the language that at least strikes me as, I won't say partisan, but at least kind of the jargon of it can, I think we could get a much more community buy-in if we're thoughtful and careful and look for words that can unite and don't have as much potential to divide. Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth?
I appreciate what Mr. Harding said. I've heard him say that before. It might just be different people interpret different words differently. Merriam-Webster Dictionary says that equity is defined as freedom from bias or favoritism. So maybe this isn't a really, really big deal to everyone. Maybe there's a broader interpretation that people can accept, and it's not as politically charged as some news outlets think it is. But all in all, I think we should be careful with our words and pick a vision that accurately represents the future we want for Provo.
Any other counselors want to dive into that one? Mr. Fillmore. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Fillmore.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to underscore Councilmember Harding's concern. In today's bitterly divisive, highly partisan political world, some terms they're not just interpreted differently by different people, but for some people, they're fighting words. And I don't think it makes sense for us trying to craft a positive document to engage in any kind of language or rhetoric that gratuitously invites controversy. So, for example, fairness certainly works better for me than equity, to just pick one example. I just think to the extent we can, we need to avoid socially charged political issues. Other than that, I think the document is a great start. Well done, and merits our strong consideration.
That's a challenge. I think I share some of the same concerns as Councilor Harding, but I don't know. It's hard to know how many members of the community will be set off by the use of certain words or phrases. The one I wonder about is the social equity. I think that might be a little bit of a political trigger word for some people, but I don't know for sure. Councilor Ellsworth?
Can I just clarify something really quick, Councilmember Sewell?
Mhm.
I would also just say that these are not words that we came up with.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to note and to say that these are words that came out through this process. But I think it's really, really important to recognize how powerful words are.
Yeah.
And as we really think about that, and there are words in here that we have specifically chosen because they are powerful. But I think it's also really important that we consider all of the aspects to that. So thanks.
Councilor Ellsworth, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just high level, getting out of kind of the vocabulary and definitions. One element I hope that we capture well, and specifically not in vagueness or generalities, is the fact or the idea, my belief, that Provo ought to be the leader in the county, ought to be the heart of the county, ought to be the economic center of the valley. And I don't think we want to be supplanted in that. I think we want to be a center of power and movement and momentum.
I'm not sure how much more time we have on this. Do we have much?
We are about at the end of our time, so we should probably wrap up as soon as we can.
Allison, Becky, anything else that we need to talk about on this?
No, I am very grateful for the conversation today. I think that you've given us some really great feedback, and we will continue to work with Robert and staff and perhaps have the opportunity to engage with you again on some of these conversations because, we want you to have an important role into how this plan comes together. And this has been very helpful. We're at this 50% milestone. This is a great moment for us to check in and correct course if needed. And so we hear the conversation around equity. I'd love to continue the conversation around how the vision statement can continue to be a driving force for the plan. And we welcome any additional feedback that you have similar to this conversation. Please share with Robert and his team, and he'll make sure that the information gets relayed to us. read through the handout that was provided in your packet, and please share this information with us. This is very helpful for us as we continue this next level of refinement and iteration.
Thank you very much, everybody. We really appreciate all of your support. And just shout out to all of you on catching the vision of this. What a great opportunity that this really is. And so thank you.
And thank you. We appreciate your work and the work of our consultant team here. This seems like quite a challenging endeavor to do one of these plans, and I'm glad that you're very experienced at it. Thank you. It's actually time for our break now. So let us recess for 10 minutes. So it's about 7 minutes after the hour. So let's be back here at 2:17, if that's all right. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
we're all back. Okay, let's move on then to item number 4, which is a presentation from the Parking Committee. And this is to be presented by Hannah Salzel, planner.
So I'm just going to introduce Javin, who is going to present the document from the committee and walk you through it. It has some specific questions for you all to ask, themes to discuss. We'll keep it very high level. You've heard a lot about parking, and especially walking parking, in the last little while. The document that we've come up with for our new proposal is very flexible. It's very adaptable. It also allows for a hybrid approach that could be applied in a phased method, which we think could really help ease it into the neighborhood. We think it accomplishes a lot of the goals that were established, especially from the walking neighborhood who brought the original proposal back in 2019, things like improving safety, keeping the costs low, but we also want the program to be self-sufficient and effective, reduce frustration, stop encouraging cars. And we know that whatever happens, don't worry, we know education and outreach are going to have to be a huge part of the puzzle. That's absolutely on our radar. This hybrid sort of comes from the solutions that were proposed in the meetings that we had with everybody over Zoom in October, November, and December, where we presented the different options and got feedback from counselors in the administration. The general support and consensus for that, or from those, were for either some version of a paid parking system like we discussed, or some sort of fairly traditional parking permit that was tweaked to meet the needs of the neighborhood a little bit more. We've combined those. So this, again, is just a high-level discussion. It will come back for the council later. We are seeking very high-level feedback on the questions Javin has for you on the concept generally. Is this a direction we should pursue? What should some of the elements be? Don't feel like you have to get in the weeds on this 30-minute discussion. It will absolutely be coming back. This is just our first brush with you guys on this new attempt. So what really prompted this approach that we took, this hybrid and potential phased approach, is that Joaquin is super diverse. We all know this. It has students, it has landlords, it has businesses, long-term residents. So many different people interact with the Joaquin neighborhood and its roads in so many different capacities. So this addresses some of those concerns. For example, there are some areas that are overparked mostly with residents, especially with poor management of off-street spaces or insufficient off-street spaces, forcing residents to park on the street, especially in greater numbers than our streets can hold. In some areas, it's daytime commuters that contribute more to the problem. In some areas, it's both. In some areas, it's overflow from those problems in neighboring blocks. So this proposal really is two-pronged. It would establish two different parts of the solution. One would be the option for paid parking on certain streets, which would just have signs and an app that you could pay with or call into or go on the website for visitors. There could also be a fairly traditional permit parking where residents would have a permit, and even if there were paid parking in that permit area, that permit would exempt them from paying, sort of like a constant green pass or check mark on their car as far as the paid parking is concerned. So the two solutions can overlap. You can have both on the same street. One of the elements of this that adds that flexibility is that the council would approve just a framework, sort of framing the canvas for the administration. You would set the parameters of the program operating within Joaquin, and they would decide on which blocks to apply what solutions when. So it could be phased in, we could roll back parts, expand parts, meet the needs of the different neighborhoods with different unique solutions without having to come back to the council every single time. All of this would also be done on a 2-year trial program. So you could establish criteria for evaluating it now that the administration would then evaluate 2 years from now and determine whether or not to continue. But it lets the council maintain its legislative role in establishing this parameter and giving the administration instruction to then creatively apply a flexible hybrid solution that could be targeted to meet the specific problems on different blocks. I think that's all I have. I'll turn the microphone over to Javin to go through some of those questions. Again, for now, we're keeping it very high level. If you have other questions or concerns we don't get to during the meeting, feel free to email Javin and me, and we'll bring it up with the rest of the committee.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. And again, keeping this very high level. So I'm going to be going through this document in its entirety, and then I would like to go through it section by section because I have questions that I would like to get feedback on as then I move forward on drafting the language for a potential walking permit program. This would just help me as I move forward in that. So some of the questions I have are for the council are, is the council okay with having a permit neighborhood-wide as designated on our neighborhood maps for the Joaquin neighborhood? For time parking, permit parking, is council okay with having two types of on-street parking management options within the neighborhood? If so, then time parking, is council understand that there is flexibility with having the on-street demand management parking in that area? And with that, is anybody allowed to park in that neighborhood? Is everyone eligible to use the on-base demand parking? And also with that, is there a cost that we're going to associate this with? Are we going to let the market dictate what the price would be, or do we want to set a maximum fee for what that cost would be? Shifting gears to a permit program, which would be intermixed with this, do we want to have a set fee like $100 that we have within the cart of our neighborhood, or do we want to have reaffirming that permit program should be self-sustaining with the cost? Granted, within this area of having a hybrid solution, we would be receiving costs or funds from payments. For the permit area, would the hours be from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.? That's what we proposed originally earlier when we did some of those earlier presentations. And understanding that this type of a program would be phased in over a period of time. We would start in maybe one area and then continue on in other areas that we see the demand and need for this type of a program. And also understanding that this program would be a trial based. It would be based on the feedback that we received from the walking parking survey that they like the idea of this being a trial period, which I think is a great idea. So that way we can take a step back, analyze, is this what we want? Is this what we're the right way that we need to go? If so, great, then but what do we need to fix? Just understanding that. So if I can get some feedback on some of these questions, then it would really help on the administration side as we are following the guidance from council on what areas would be have paid parking or permit areas. If we need to kind of shift some things around, it gives the ability for that, gives the administration the ability for what the hours of time parking would be. And also at the conclusion of 2 years, how do we permanently implement or evaluate the program at the end? So with that said, if I can go through some of the questions, just kind of starting from the top down, if that's all right, just to get some feedback. So the first question, is council okay with having a permit program neighborhood wide within the Joaquin neighborhood?
Can I just ask for clarification on the question? Sure. So does the question mean, are we okay as a council with authorizing a program for the entire Joaquin area with the understanding that it would only be implemented in where the administration thought it was needed?
Correct. So, I mean, today we may need it in some areas, but in 6 months, as the neighborhood's growing, it gives the ability to shift where we see the demand and have that flexibility with it.
Okay. No thumbs up on that one. Other feedback from councilors? Oh, Mr. Harding has a thumbs up. Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, with that clarification, I'm supportive, and I don't know logistically if there's an easier way to give a thumbs up for us that are, yeah, whatever you want to do, but yeah, I'm supportive based on your clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore, I see your hand, but I'm not hearing any sound.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting some pushback from a landlord group who feels like they have not been consulted. They feel like they've not been asked for their feedback, and they're somewhat resentful of the fact that decisions are being made by people who don't live there, who don't work there, who don't have assets there. And I'm just wondering how much we have inquired of the student landlords as to their thoughts and recommendations and concerns on the plan.
Thank you. My understanding is that we have a representative who is with, who manages properties within the Rocky neighborhood. We have been in contact, we do work with the neighborhood chair for Rocky. We have been in contact with members of BYU with this. And my understanding is that has been resolved from that letter that you are referring to, which I believe so. But I feel like we have a variety of people on this committee discussing this to bring up all of the pertaining issues that were brought up in that letter.
And for my part, I haven't been on the committee as long as Mr. Harding, so he can answer next. But the whole time I've been on it, we've had a representative, an apartment owner that's been participating and has at least made an attempt to communicate with other apartment owners about what's going on. And I know there's a lot of them, and that's difficult, but that's what I've seen. Mr. Harding?
There's over the 2.5, 3 years that we've been working on this, we've had many surveys. We have had multiple focus groups with students, with other stakeholders, for example, BYU. I want to say that we also did one specifically for apartment owners, but I wasn't directly involved with those. We wanted to get the counselors out of the room so we could hopefully get more blunt feedback. But the main point that I wanted to make, and yeah, we can talk about this more later, Councilor Fillmore, but the main thing that I wanted to say is that right now we're not discussing should we move forward with a plan or should we not move forward with a plan. I think right now we're trying to get feedback on what's our best attempt at a program. What's the best program that we can devise, and then once we kind of have a good proposal, we can better reach out or continue to reach out to the community and get more specific feedback about the proposal. So I think right now, whether or not we think that it's something we're going to implement in the end, with the options before us, what's the best configuration?
I personally, I'm not opposed to a plan per se. I just want to make sure that those who have a substantial stake in the matter feel that they've been heard.
Thank you. And I think as we start working on this more fully, be able to then bring that to various members to have an understanding of this as we move forward in the process, so they won't be left out of it.
Good.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, the question is there any segment of the student population or the rental population that sees this favorably?
I think, please.
Just didn't quite hear that. Is there any section of the student population that does what?
Sees this proposal favorably. Can you hear me?
Yes, Hannah's.
I'm going to jump in on that one because I've been with this committee a little longer than Javin has, and some of this predates his joining. So we haven't taken this plan yet, this specific plan in front of you, to any other groups. We're taking it to you first to see if this is the direction we should be going before we take it to the rest of the public. The main concern from students has simply been cost. They almost universally agree that there's a problem. We had, Councilor Harding said, a lot of different focus groups, one specifically for students. And we had a map of walking out in front of them, gave them markers, let them note where the problems were, ask how they would fix it. And what they came up with, they realized at the end was like, oh yeah, we just made a permit program, didn't we? And they had. So those who have walked through and understood the process came up every single one of them with some variation of a permit program. As long as they don't pay an undue amount, a burdensome amount in regular parking fees, I think they support the solution, mostly, generally.
Okay. I guess my top concern is that I've heard mixed feedback from long-term residents in the area, and a lot of the feedback, what I previously heard from students, is that they all out oppose this, and so it seemed to be heavily weighted against this, or a proposal, a parking permit program, publicly.
That's sorry, sorry to spook you. That's going to happen as we talk with different groups. This is the result of our feedbacks from our survey, our 2 online surveys, our focus groups, talking with BYU and student parking there, who are the students who run parking there, I mean. So yeah, there are some who are going to be in favor and some who are going to be opposed. We will get more specific feedback on this plan once we have direction from you.
Let me just state the obvious if I could. You're going to get different responses from different subgroups within different groups. And that largely is a function of education. Whether you're getting knee-jerk reactions or whether people have been presented and thoughtfully considered the plan. So obviously, as we go down this road, we simply have to educate the parties involved so that the feedback we get, polls, surveys, group meetings, whatever, is informed. Otherwise, we're going to be misled.
Well, I think that's the case for every proposal. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
And if I may add just a little thought to that, Mr. Fillmore, I fully agree with that. Also, as with most proposals, there are going to be some winners and some losers with this. And so even someone who, carefully considers it, thinks about it, still may, look at this negatively because it may be against their personal interests. We have some properties there that provide sufficient off-street parking for all of the students that they rent to. We have some that provide most of it and use the street as a little bit of an overflow. And then there are some properties that, some of the smaller properties don't have any off-street parking. And so they're going to be impacted differently. But you could also argue already they are impacting the system, the parking system and the community differently already. And so in some ways, this is actually leveling the playing field. But that will cost some property owners and property managers differently than others.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next question then. I'm gathering positive feedback on that first question then to move forward. The council is okay with that first question. Is council okay with having 2 types of on-street management within that neighborhood of paid parking and a permit program? I got 2 thumbs up in here. If I may ask those that are on Zoom.
So the question is for the counselors who are remote. Well, go ahead, Mr. Shipley.
I was just going to say, so for me, in discussing this in the past and with such a diverse neighborhood, it made sense to me that you would have the flexibility to do both. In some areas, it would make better sense to have, the electronic, basically parking, pay for when you're there, especially for visitors. I think that makes more sense than a regular permit program always does. So having them be able to overlap, having them be able to be in different parts of the neighborhood, I think makes a lot of sense. So I'm supportive of the flexibility to have both or either.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore? You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
Here we go again. Okay, I'll cast another vote for flexibility. It seems like there's a very substantial distinction between the North Joaquin neighborhoods and the South Joaquin neighborhoods. That all by itself merits flexibility. I think definitely there ought to be a presumption in favor of those who reside owning or renting in the neighborhood as opposed to commuters who are just there for the day. And there are just all kinds of reasons to be flexible. And so I concur with what Mr. Shipley has said.
Mr. Hardy?
So I gave my thumbs up, but I also just wanted to throw out my understanding or my vision for this would be that anywhere we manage parking, on-street parking, it would have that pay option. So anyone visiting even an area that has permits could still pay for the time that they're there. And then in areas where it makes sense, have an overlay where a permit is optional could be purchased so someone where parking is not a big enough demand, but not so big of a demand that they don't have to deal with an app when they park and leave. So that's how I see these two systems kind of overlapping.
And we didn't have this type of technology a number of years ago, and having this now today allows us to have this flexible mode within the most diverse neighborhood we have in the city. And move on to the next questions then, if that's okay. For just understanding that under time parking, that flexibility is okay. Sounds like that's a positive thing, and anybody would be eligible to purchase or to be able to park within the neighborhood if they paid for on-street parking. Is that correct? There's that clear understanding? Yes, I'm seeing shaking heads. Okay. So my last question is, do we want to set a maximum fee or let the market market dictate what the price should be for demand-based?
Mr. Shipley?
So my opinion on this is that I don't know that we should let it be an unfettered market-based solution. I think that could get way out of, it could just get out of whack and create some unintended consequences. So I think there is we should just set something that we feel like is a reasonable limit to what this would go to, but have an element of market-based pricing that combines with. Sorry, I don't know that that's clear, but I think we don't let this spin to a point where some parking somewhere in Joaquin is $10 for an hour, because I don't think we're accomplishing what is intended by this. Anyway, I just think there's a way that this could spin out of control if we just let it be 100% market-based, but I think it should be influenced by market, that's for sure.
And perhaps you could have a pricing system that shows it. So if students were concerned about that, they would know if it escalated what the maximum it would be, so that they already know up front.
Mr. Hardy?
I have a question on this question. When it says, do we want to set a maximum fee limit? Is that for the timed parking or is that for the permit?
That's for the timed parking. So do we want it to be no more than $10 an hour or something?
Yeah. And
if it gets to that point that we need to have that high of a price.
Yeah. So just let me say that if we set a maximum and then if we hit that maximum, it's because the market is saying that there's enough parking demand that would justify that. So if it spun out of control and ended up being $10 an hour, that would mean that there are people that are choosing to pay $10 to park there for an hour. And if we limit it, then that means that there will likely not be parking available. That's kind of the whole point of the market, and that's how it would be determined. So if any part hits that maximum, that means that there won't be parking there at some of the time. And so now people don't have the choice anymore to pay $10 an hour to park there. Everyone, only pays up to $5 an hour or whatever it is, but people don't get the choice to even park there because there's no spaces there and they have to park somewhere else. So it only spins out as far out of control as people are willing to pay versus the alternative.
Mr. Strachan?
The staff are trying to figure out where you are on some of these positions. I think it would be helpful if we just establish that your silence on the issue means you have no concerns. If you have a clarification or something as you speak up, they'll be noted.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Strachan. And I see Mr. Fillmore.
I'm concerned about an entirely market-based system. The result could be that a well-to-do commuter is happy to pay that. He's got the money. But the student who's got to drive in from Springville and wants to park there south of campus, if it was $10 an hour and he had to spend 8 hours on campus that day, he's costing him $80 just by way of hypothetical. That's untenable. And so I think we need to keep in mind what are the objectives. And I understand the law of supply and demand necessarily rations scarce resources, but there's got to be some regulatory limits on that so that we don't impose upon the very students who are most likely to want to park in that area. By the way, one more question, if I might. I stepped out for a minute. I may have missed this. My understanding is that we approved and budgeted for a parking administrator. Where is that person? What's the current status?
We're actually going to be talking about that a little bit later, I think, Mr. Fillmore. We can get some information to you on that.
Good.
I agree, though, that's an important part of this, what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, just a couple of things, in part because Mr. Strachan said that non-comment was an endorsement. I'm not 100% convinced that a parking permit program is necessary. And so my hope is that we approach this, as other people have said, with flexibility and with pilot programs, and that we do a lot of evaluation and that things are scaled. We don't have to start at full throttle 100%, but that we look at alternatives for scaling and for piloting, and that we approach this in a measured way. Because again, I'm not completely convinced that this is 100% necessary. As for the rates, I agree with Mr. Shipley, and the best idea I have is that we create an upper threshold or a ceiling and say, once we get to this rate, that it needs to be reevaluated with the council. And to Mr. Fillmore's point that someone could spend $80 in parking if they were to spend 8 hours on campus, there is, to my understanding, not a scarcity of on-campus parking that would be much cheaper for that person commuting from Springville. So the issue is not necessarily available parking, it's the proximity of available parking. And if you are intending to spend $80 a day on parking, then you would save yourself a lot of money by getting an on-campus permit instead of parking on the streets of Provo.
Thank you. We are actually a little bit behind schedule. Let's see, how many more questions do we have here?
Just two really more, but I think we can go really quickly.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, let's try to move quickly. If I could just make a comment here. As far as the thing that concerns me about a maximum fee limit, especially, I mean, if we set a maximum fee of something like $10 an hour, I don't think this program will get off the ground, because we're not anticipating anything even remotely close to that. For me, $1 an hour would be way too high, and I don't think we'll even approach that. So anyway, that's I'm just thinking about the messaging here, and anyway, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to shift on to the permit program. Is council okay with having $100 being the price for a permit, starting out with that within this neighborhood.
And that's based on what we're doing in
Carterville.
Right. Councilor Ellsworth?
So the $100 is based on what we're doing in Carterville. What is Carterville based on?
Carterville is based on the data for what would create a permit to be more self-sufficient, cost-effective with enforcing it as well.
And that's still less than our estimated cost.
Correct. It is still less, but it's incrementally moving towards it being more self-sufficient. Okay.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Oh, I just didn't lower my hand.
Oh, and I forgot to do it for you too, so.
Okay, I'm just going to skip down to the very end. I think the hours are roughly, we can talk about that in parking committee meeting. But understanding that this is a trial period, is there anything that council would recommend that we take into consideration as we evaluate this in the future? I know if you're able to have any thoughts on that.
Mr. Harding, was that a hand? Okay. Well, I'm going to give you some just very general criteria, and I don't know how you'd measure this, but I think the students who are the primary occupants should feel like their quality of life has improved because of more convenient access to parking. So if they don't feel like their life has been made better by this, then I don't think we've accomplished our goals. The other thing is I would want to make sure that the apartment owners and other neighborhood businesses in the area weren't negatively impacted. I think if the first goal is met, the second one would be also, but those would be my sort of general criteria. Councilor Shipley?
And I may have misinterpreted the question, but if we set something that's kind of rigid, like a year or two out to have a formal review, that's fine. But I just think there are some things that we're going to know really quick that we could evaluate within just a few months of a program, especially if it's the timed parking, the automated timed parking. I think we'd be able to see very quickly whether or not, what kind of challenges enforcement was having, with those same streets that was implemented on. We'd have ideas of what the market-based pricing was doing, in those areas. So I would like to think that it was something that we could use that information and evaluate right away, within 3 or 4 months of a program like this, starting to see, engagement with it, enforcement, some of these issues that I think would have a big impact, and we could change course even sooner than a year or two out if we needed to. And maybe that's assumed, but I just would say that, we'd have lifetime information and we could react to it right away.
Thank you. And that would be part of what would the administration side would be doing, is reevaluating this and consistently tweaking as needs be.
Thank you. Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilor Sewell. If this is not improving the outcomes for the consumer, for the end user, the students, the renters, the people who live there, then I think we need to reevaluate. So that's a pretty high metric for me.
And just to respond to Councilor Shipley, I hadn't really thought of it, but I guess it does make sense to me that the 2 years sort of the upper limit. I hope we could adjust quickly if needed, like you said.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Move on to our next item. Item number 5, which is a presentation regarding the development process, context, how design, density, and aesthetics interact. And we're glad to have you with us this time to be able to present this, Mr. Mills.
Yes, it's actually really good to be able to be with you and have this discussion. And I hope that I'll be able to catch you up a little bit on time as well. So I would hope that this is an interactive discussion. and that as you have comments or questions or anything like that, please feel free to jump in. But I wanted to just talk today about three specific important parts of the overall process of planning and also as we're thinking about how communities come together and what makes great communities and talk about these three things that come up very, very frequently. First is density, then diversity and context. So density is something that we hear constantly. Density is, everybody has a connotation of what that means and automatically have some sort of reaction to density, the word. But I just wanted to specifically say density can be measured in the number of units per acre for a specific area. It could also be measured in the numbers of persons per area. If you think about it, like the state of Wyoming, I think has a density of 4 people per square mile. And so we can measure it that way. Most commonly in Provo, we refer to density as dwelling units per acre. So like 4 units to the acre, 15 units to the acre. Either way, I just want to emphasize really quickly that density is simply division. You are just taking a number of units or people and dividing it by an area. And so when we talk about density, in those immediate connotations that come up, please always remember it's just division, and it can be manipulated very, very easily by either the number of people or the amount of space that we're talking about. So just as an example, I have 2 images on the screen. If you've been to my portion of Provology, you've probably seen this before, but the question is, which image has the higher density? On the left side of the screen, this is kind of a mixed use, kind of new urbanist type of development, mid-rise, probably commercial on the bottom, residential above. And then on the right side of the screen, much more suburban type of density, something like a complex or something that you would see high rise with lots of space around. So, Mr. Sewell, which one do you think
Has higher density?
has higher density?
I'd go with the one on the right because it reminds me of a visit to Hong Kong.
Okay, yes, and that's kind of what it connotes, right?
Right.
We automatically associate a certain image with what we've seen before, right?
Right.
Actually, it's the same. Both of these are about 60 units to the acre. Again, division based on the number of units or people and the space. So if you have lots more space, your density comes down, even though the structure might be a little bit different. As we think about density and as I think about density, the number is really important. However, for me, it's more important to think about what it looks like and how does it function. So one more. Which image has the higher density? The left side, more of a planned unit development type of situation, amenities, mid-rise buildings, lots of parking. The center image is actually a city block in Mazer. And so just very residential area. And then the one on the right, again, planned unit, a much more, looks like more units in there somehow, design space, things like that. Mr. Harding, which one do you think? And you probably looked at my slides
Already looked at your slides. So
the answer is, again, very, very similar. And so we often associate high density with a particular type of product. But again, remember, it's division and simply the number of units divided by the area, and it can be manipulated based on the size of the area. So as we talk about density, we'll often hear, that looks like high density or that looks like low density or things like that. There's so much more that goes into that discussion. And as you hear, this is just an FYI that we would ask that as you hear proposals and things like that, as you hear that word density, remember that there's so much more that is going into that density rather than just the number. So that's where we lead to diversity. Diversity in this context is thinking about aesthetics of a different type of development or even a city, how it all blends together. It also, in diversity, we're talking about a mix of housing types. Commonly, diversity in a neighborhood allows for a broader cross-section of demographics. And this generally helps a neighborhood be more sustainable over time. It retains its vitality for generations in that members of this community can be in this community through the many stages of life. And that generally helps a neighborhood be more stable. A really good example of this and that we have here in Utah and that I'll refer to, but I want to caveat this a little bit. So Daybreak is a development in the southern portion of the Salt Lake Valley, has really emphasized and capitalized on the idea of diversity and density, frankly. But I want to specifically say that in Daybreak in South Jordan, there are a lot of specific things at play here that make it possible. You have one landowner that has a long-range vision over a lot of time. Oftentimes, that's not financially feasible for a lot of other developers. They have a very clear vision of what they want. But in Daybreak, you have really, really great examples of different types of diversity interplaying in one relatively large community, and you can see how it interacts pretty well. In Daybreak, you have large single-family detached homes. You have stacked flat condo or apartment units. You also have row homes, townhouses, and also a large degree of neighborhood commercial activities that meld together pretty well. There are specific design standards that help this work. And one other thing that I want to talk about Daybreak in the midst of all this diversity that you see there is that it's mostly kind of pod development. In Daybreak, you will see a few townhouses together, and they might back up to single-family homes, and then there might be a stacked flat unit on the corner. That type of scale mixes pretty well, and we see some pretty good success at that level. The final thing that I wanted to talk today about was context. Context is really the most important thing as we plan, in my opinion, because context changes based on location. And so context is just doing the right type of development at the right place at the right time. We have some really great examples of contextually correct development in Provo. One that I want to highlight is the success that we've seen in our downtown area. If you think about the geographical location of about 5th West to University Avenue, from Center Street down to the intermodal hub, we have seen some spectacular things happen in this area because it's contextually correct. About 20 years ago or so, and Wayne, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but 20 years or so ago when there was a lot of discussion going on about the idea of mass transit and where a intermodal hub center would go, the population of this specific area was about 350 residents. With everything that we have going in currently or has been built in that interim time, there are about 4,700 residents there now. And over the next 10 years, we would expect that to again double. And the reason that it works and the reason that that creates such a vibrant and area of our city and it's able to do that is because it's contextually correct. You can see on this map that over that last 20 years and basically specifically over the last 10, there have been so many things that have been coming online in this area And it makes sense contextually because we have great access to public transportation. We have great access to downtown. And that is a symbiotic relationship. And that this is probably one of the greatest economic development successes that Provo has ever had, that we have so many people now that are in this area of Provo that are providing market rate housing and market rate opportunities and disposable income to our downtown and our mall area. And they're actually here in our community. And again, the context of this made it perfect and made it right. The last thing that I wanted to just jump in here with, I love this slide because, and I do this self-servingly because it validates what I do as a planner, makes me feel good about what I do. Because as planners, and I think in broader sense, as leaders in the community, what we're really trying to do is make great places, places that people really want to be. And I think under the idea of context, there are 4 things that really help to make great places. I don't have a crystal ball in my office, and I can't see into the future to say what is going to be the best part of a development here or there. But if I use this as a guide where we think about what are things that make great places, places where people can interact, places that have a large degree of uses and activities that are in fairly close proximity, also places that interconnect with each other. And so people can access those services and those uses that they really need on a daily basis with ease, and then that provide a degree of comfort, safety, and look really nice. When we have those types of elements in the placemaking that we're doing, in the planning that we're doing, we can rest assured fairly well that the places that we're making and that are going to result are going to be pretty good. So just in conclusion, in this kind of mini series of presentations that we're going to be bringing to you, as we talk about density, density is an important factor in development, but please remember it's division. It's part of a number system, and it can be manipulated by the amount of units and the size of the space very easily. Diversity in aesthetics is really important, and it's more than just looks. It's how those housing types allow for aging in place, allow for a multiplicity of people in a neighborhood, and then context. Things should be done in the right way at the right time and at the right place. So that's basically what I wanted to present to you today. But again, if there are any questions or any comments, I'd love to hear those.
Questions or comments for Mr. Mills?
Wow. Okay. Well, again, thank you for the opportunity. We're so grateful for the interaction that we have with you. And so if you have further questions, please give me a call, send me an email. Love to sit down with you. Mr. Straka.
There was a question from
Councilor Ellsworth, just raise your hand.
Oh.
I just wanted to express my appreciation to staff for preparing this. I wish that we had this presentation every week. I think it represents best practices in the planning industry and what our staff is trying to create and develop. And hopefully the Land Use Authority, the council, can aid and abet that ideal.
The question I would have for you is, how do we bring the community along? Very often when we have presentations, proposals by developers, we get folks who don't like what's being presented. They don't like the density. Sometimes they don't like how it looks, et cetera. But at the end of the day, the council has a responsibility to look at these and judge and approve them or not approve them based on their merits, right? And how they fit in with the community. How do we help bring the community along? I mean, the Planning Commission understands this. I think council understands this, but maybe not all members of the community understand it.
I think that's a great question and something that we constantly think about, right? Planning and the things that we do should be a really publicly engaged process. And in Provo, we have great ways of doing that. But to piggyback off of a comment that Mr. Fillmore made a little while ago, education. I would just commit to you that, you know, as your opportunity to review projects, to discuss those projects, really one of the greatest opportunities to educate our neighborhoods and our residents that we have in Provo. And as we educate people on not only the reasons why a project makes sense, but the reasons and the vision of why it fits in. It's one of the great things that we're doing right now with the general plan process is we are creating this vision for the next 20 years of Provo. And as we think about how each of these individual projects like these fit into that overall vision and why they come back and make these great places, that elevates the conversation. One other thing that I would just make a plug for is Provology. Provology is a great place to provide that education. As I've shared some of these slides, it's been such a great opportunity to see people like that aha moment of, oh yeah, this is what makes it right. And so every opportunity that we have to educate, I think we should take it, and that makes the process better.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Thanks, everybody.
Now we'll move on to a presentation on the return of the Winter Olympics to Utah. That sounds exciting. And this will be presented by Fraser Bullock, President and CEO of SLC Utah Committee for the Games. And I believe you had a pretty substantial role first time around in this, that we had it here.
And it was the best of times. I remember, and I'm a former resident of Provo. I have a deep affection for this community. And I remember coming down just 2 days before opening ceremonies when the torch relay was going through Provo. And we had a special celebration site, and there's Lavelle Edwards running with the torch and bringing it into our small cauldron that we had. And speaking at that event, I can remember, here I am speaking kind of a little bit in my hometown in Provo, and it was such a special time. And I just loved it. I love the fact that Utah County is part of the games. I think that is essential that we've got to do that again. And so there's some things that need to happen to make sure that that occurs. But then the other thing I remember is after the games, and I was, actually before the games, the build up to the games, we were trying to help the Peaks Ice Arena get on the right footing and things like that. And it was challenging back then in those early days. But I got to give you tremendous credit in terms of what's happened to that arena. Kudos to Provo stepping forward, taking that on, making it at least break even, if not profitable. That's huge. That doesn't happen very often. And so Provo deserves a huge congratulations. With that legacy that came from the games is now a permanent legacy and a celebration for your community to be able to enjoy. So thank you for doing such a marvelous job. And it's interesting, if you go around the world and look at the various sites where Olympics have been held, you see a lot of arenas that aren't being used anymore. Everybody's seen those pictures, particularly from Greece, that are not in good shape, Sarajevo and other places. But you look at Utah, every single one uniquely is being used as it was during the game. So we've done a great job because of communities like Provo. So I'd like to give you a little bit of an update in terms of where we are today, because we are in an active bid right now. This is not something down the road. I know games happen way down the road, but the bidding takes place way in advance, and we are in a competition right now to host the games, and we've got to be ready. And so that's what we're doing, and we have been doing, and I want to describe that process to you. So we could have the next slide, please. I want to give you a landscape, first of all, of the bid environment, and then we'll go down into the activities that are actually underway at this point in time. But the bid environment, let me take you through the new process on the next slide.
So the bidding environment for the games has completely changed. Before, it used to be 7 years in advance, there'd be a big vote, there'd be a lot of cities competing, and one was awarded and there would be a bunch of losers. The IOC has completely revamped it. And so now we have a process of, you can see on the upper left, this is the IOC set of activities on the top. On the bottom is work that we are doing. But at the top of the IOC process, you seek a continuous dialogue. So that means you're talking to the IOC in terms of, okay, this is what we're interested in doing. We have started that. We have declared we're an interested party. We did that in November 2020. And then we reach out to the Future Host Commission, which is a new body that's been created within the International Olympic Committee. It's a group of 10 people that are experts, and there's a set for a group for the Summer Games and a group for the Winter Games. So we have been in touch with the Future Host Commission for the Winter Games. In fact, we sent them a letter. They responded back very favorably. And now we're going to have our first virtual meeting, and I hope to see several of them probably in October. I'll be going over to Switzerland to meet with some of them. So we are engaged right now. And what we do is we start presenting information to them. And if they feel like we have a compelling proposition, then the Future Host Commission, the third kind of step there, gives a recommendation to move forward. And this would typically it could take 6 months, 9 months, because there's a lot of exchange of information, which I'll describe in a moment. And it goes to the IOC Executive Board. Then the IOC Executive Board votes yes or no. And if they vote yes, then you become what's called a preferred host status, and you enter a targeted dialogue, which the bar on the top says, okay, we like you. We think you make sense for this year of hosting the games. Now we want to really see if we can enter into a contract. So there's a lot of negotiation on a contract. We submit a boatload of information, thousands of pages that we are now preparing as we speak. That's very detailed, very specific. And then the Future Host Commission evaluates that information. If they think, okay, this does make sense, then they forward that to the IOC Executive Board again. The IOC Executive Board, if they vote yes, then it goes to a host selection by the IOC session, which is all of the 110 members of the IOC would then vote to confirm that. Now, what's interesting is the last games that were in the old process was 2028. The first game should have been 2030, but 2032 has actually been awarded. Summer Games have been awarded to Brisbane, Australia. So they went through this process, working behind the scenes, and did it very effectively. We've been working, but very in depth. But our challenge is we have games in 2028 in the US with LA, the Summer Games, and back-to-back games are harder to solve for. So we've been working through that. And that's all of the work that is being done in the bottom. Feasibility report, we have commissions, we're doing all kinds of work that I'll describe in a moment. So if we could have the next slide, please. So the big debate right now is 2030 versus 2034, because the US Olympic and Paralympic Committee has already declared Utah as its future host for Winter Games. We went through that process 3 years ago. There's a lot of work. We got that done. We got their vote. We are their team to move forward. But we have to make a decision between 30 versus 34. The factors being reviewed include safeguarding LA, which has 2028. We don't want to do anything to harm them. They have to be successful. Great people. They have a great plan. The second thing is 2030 versus 2034 economics, because our actual largest source of revenue for hosting the games is domestic sponsorship revenue. And if you have LA back to back with us, is there enough money to go around for both games that close apart, that close? And so we've been working through that. We've gone through the economics. We're going through sales support models, how we would coordinate with LA if we're doing 2030. And then one of the things we're trying to do is generate significant money so that after the games, we can leave behind enough money to support our specialized venues that we have, the speed skating oval, the ski jumps, Utah Olympic Park, et cetera, and really raise our game in terms of the international sport arena. So that's what we're going through. We've done most of the work on this. We're ready to, and we've been meeting with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee several times on these items, and we're making good progress. Next slide, please. However, we have competition. There are three competitors. One is Sapporo, Japan. They were very vocal early on a couple of years ago, but with everything that's happened with the Tokyo Games, we don't know where they are at this point, but they would be a very strong candidate, obviously, if they decided to move forward. Second of all, there is Barcelona, and you'd think, really? Barcelona, didn't they host the Summer Games? Yes, they did. But they're talking about the Pyrenees Mountains, and they put together a group that is actively bidding. And then probably the most significant one is Vancouver. And Vancouver hosted in 2010. They want to do it again in 2030. And the challenge with Vancouver is if they win 2030, then that kind of checks the box for North America. And they probably wouldn't come to Utah in 2034. So if we pass on 2030 and Vancouver gets 2030, we could be in a challenging situation. So there are all these game theory dynamics that we have to work through. These are all great cities. They would all do great for the games, but obviously we want to be able to host. Next slide, please. So that's the overall umbrella environment, what's going on. Now let's go to our specific set of activities. We have an operating team. We have a board in place. Our operating team, you can see most of those are volunteers, including myself and Brett Hopkins and others. We get loan staff from other organizations that are in the sport arena. And we're going through the key requirements. We're doing the 2030 versus 2034 evaluation, feasibility study, venue master plan, venue use agreements, which we'll come back and talk about, accommodations guarantees. We're trying to line up right now 24,000 hotel rooms to be under contract. That's part of our bid that we have to have done. And so we're in the middle of that. Sustainability assessments, games transport, all these different things we have to put together. Next slide. The technical work required, there are 40 questions that are very broad scope and detailed. What's your vision? What's your concept? What's your legacy? 30 annexes, maps, charts, tables, sustainability studies, financial information. 23 guarantees, including the federal government, some from state government, venue use agreement, accommodation guarantees. And so we look at all the effort to put those together. It's a lot, but we've got a very experienced team. We know how to do this. Next slide, please. So one of our big things, and the reason why I'm here today, is we need to put together a venue use agreement with Provo. And as we are with all of our other venues, it's a contract for the use of the venue. And the key elements of that contract are periods of use. I'm sorry, but we're going to take it over for a period of time, and you're not. And we're so, we know we're going to impact some of your constituents, and so we have some things that we could do to help with that we've talked to the mayor and Scott about. Use of spaces, control of commercial rights. We have to have 100% control of branding and everything that goes in there. Economics, rental, and other costs. So our approach is we want to do no harm. So we look at the revenues that you've generated during that period over the last couple of years, and we say, okay, we're going to write you a check for that, and we're going to write you a check for some pain and suffering that we're going to cause along the way, so that we keep you economically whole. It's not right that you should be penalized for hosting the games. And then we carefully define the roles and responsibilities of each party. We're going to heavily rely on your staff that's out there. They're great, very experienced, and we want to leverage their capabilities. And our whole approach is to be collaborative. How do we help you through this period? How do you help us? And how do we work together as partners? Because this is one of the greatest experiences in a lifetime. It is just so unique. And if we approach it with a great partnership, it just goes to another level. Our next slide, please. So our venue use agreements, we've been engaged with venue owners well underway. All the ice venues, we've met with all of them, including Provo. We've shared a template. Everybody gets the same contract. Obviously, rates are different, but that's all been done with the ice venues. The snow venues, we've actually now completed all of that. We've met with all of the ski resorts. The non-competition venues, we're actually now well on our way with that. We've met with the Salt Palace. We've met with the University of Utah. I mean, talk about an imposition. We're going to take over all their student housing for months. And so we're in contact with them. And what's interesting is everybody wants to help, because this is something that goes beyond a venue. It's not just Provo, it's not just Utah, it's the world, where the world comes together under this umbrella of sport. And we look at what happened back in 2002, right after 9/11, and the world came together in such a unique way, and Provo played a big part of that. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we would like to see is that the Peaks Arena has some proposed improvements. The primary purpose, and this is always the case for improvements, is that there would be significant improvements for the community's everyday use. This is a long-term play. Just like we did last time, we built it in such a way that it could be utilized for decades to come. The same thing on these improvements that you're currently looking at, that's the primary purpose. But the secondary benefit, it meets the requirements for hosting a future Olympic Games. And so there's an $8 million renovation where there's funding being sought from Provo, Utah County, and the state of Utah. Please know that we have been working with the state of Utah to help, and we're collaborating with your people. And so we're talking, and we're utilizing all the muscle we have, to the extent we have any, to help in that effort. And I'm going to try and help with Utah County as well, because if everybody participates, it's very doable. And in this case, for us, expanded seating is a must-have. I've met with the International Hockey Federation, and they said, you know what, and this is called Hockey 2, the venue. It's so popular. It's a great arena, but we need more seating. We need to bring more people there. Instead of the 6,000 or so that we had before, wouldn't it be nice if we could have 10,000? Which would be great for your community as well, to have more tickets that people could come and enjoy this facility. So expanded seating for us is really critical. But the nice thing about that expanded seating is when it's not being used for the Olympics, it's an expanded multi-use space that you have all kinds of use for your community. The locker rooms certainly need to be renovated. A new entrance has already been worked on. So this $8 million renovation, we believe, is very important, and we will do our best to help you as you explore that. With all the stimulus money and everything that's going on, there's got to be a way to make this, get some commitments over the next several months, I believe. And so just some visuals on the next slide, the last slide. This gets me really excited. I see that arena and I say, okay, here we go. I remember sitting in that arena watching hockey games take place, Olympic hockey games, And I just loved every minute of it. And I said, we're ready to do it again. That's my presentation. That's where we are. We're doing a lot of work. I'll open it up for comments or questions.
Comments or questions? Mr. Fillmore?
Can't hear him.
You're muted.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Fraser. It's Bill Fillmore here on the line. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Sorry I can't be there with you in person. It would be helpful if sooner rather than later, if you could give us some breakout of where you think that 8 million might come from.
Sure.
So we can.
And this is somebody who has zero authority. And I may get this wrong. And so Scott can correct me, but at a high level, I was thinking, or we were thinking 2 million from Provo City, matched by Utah County on a combined basis for 4 million, which then would in turn be matched by the state at 4 million. That's just somebody who is not in the middle of it, but seems like an appropriate approach, but who knows whether that will actually unfold that way. Did I get that right, Mayor? Okay.
All right, thank you.
My question for you, Fraser, is what is the timeline on getting that $8 million and then actually building it? And then the other question I have related to that is, will there be expanded parking to accommodate the extra 4,000 people that you want to put in?
Yeah. So the overall timeline, we are hoping, when I think of bidding, we're hoping by the end of the year, we know if it's 2030 or 2034. Just for context, we are hoping to get our venue use agreements completed by the end of September. And I think with Provo, we're on track. But the venue use agreement is one thing. The improvements is another thing. The venue use agreement's pretty straightforward. Your people are probably ahead of everybody else. I mean, really capable and moving along well. So that activity, I think, is fine on the track it is. The timing of the funding, I think there's infrastructure money, there's all this money out there, and how you can use it or how you can't use it. And then there's a budget surplus coming up in the state. We would hope that somewhere in all of that funding, whether it's the federal money this year or the budget surplus next year, that's where the money could be found. Now, for us, it doesn't have to be done right away. I think it's a benefit to your community. The sooner it's done, the better. But if we can go in next year when we're going to have to submit our final bid and say, yes, this venue it's not built yet, but it's committed, that would be a big plus for us. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions?
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for this committee and what they're accomplishing and bringing the Olympics to Utah. I think that's absolutely fantastic. And I think it's something, I suspect it's something everyone on the council would support. I am curious, though, if this is the first allocation or are there subsequent allocations that will need to be made? Is, the sum of Provo's contribution $2 million-ish, or does it escalate from there?
From my perspective, if these renovations are made, we're good to go for the games. We don't need anything else. This elevates, the arena's already great, but it elevates it to another level and renovates some things that are already now 20 years old. We'd be good.
Any other questions? Well, this is really exciting stuff. I think we're all on board with helping make this happen. So thank you very much.
Great to be here, and we'll keep you informed, and thank you for your support. Appreciate it. Thanks.
We'll now move on to item number 7, which is a presentation regarding the allocation of the Recreation, Arts, and Parks, otherwise known as the RAP tax funds, to be presented by Scott Henderson, or maybe not.
Thank you. Scott asked if I would give this presentation today.
Okay,
That's
very
all right.
good.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Municipal Council, for this opportunity to share with you and present on a little bit of information with regard to Provo's Recreation, Arts, and Parks program. Next slide. My objective today is to give some background and purpose as to what RAP is, the documents that guide the program, the status of where we're at right now, and how these funds would be used or planned in the future. Next slide. Provo's RAP originated from recommendations from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Study and the Community Interest and Opinions Survey that was conducted as part of our 2012 and 2013 Master Plan effort. These documents helped identify needs within the community and often offer strategies and recommendations to meet those needs. Through these studies, it was clear to the Municipal Council and the administration that Provo resident usage of city recreation facilities was strong compared to other communities throughout the country. General fund operations and maintenance budgets were limited, mostly to landscape maintenance at that time, and older park amenities needed updating, requiring a source for capital improvement funding. The recommendation was made and then reinforced by the mayor and city council at that time to pursue our recreation, parks, and arts tax, generating needed capital funds to improve existing facilities and care for what we currently have. The city council also supported the recommendation to collect development impact fees as a second source of capital to develop new parks and recreation facilities to meet the needs of Provo's growing community. Next slide. These are some examples. These recommendations became quite evident when our consultant went out to our parks and noticed that there were several park amenities that have been decades old without any refurbishment. But at that time, we just did not have the capital funds to approach these projects, such as our tennis courts that need to be reconstructed after several decades of use, restrooms that were built decades ago and did not meet ADA compliance standards, aging asphalt pathways and trails throughout all of our parks and the Provo River Parkway Trail. Playgrounds that also had outlived their service life, and some of them are so old that manufacturers didn't make replacement parts. So you'd see many of these features were just boarded up to prevent injury. Next slide. So we got busy in 2015, prepared our Recreation, Arts, and Parks ballot initiative for the fall of 2015. And these next two slides are the two sides of the public information brochure that went out to share the facts of what would happen with such an initiative. Next slide. So some of the facts and details of the RAP. It was, again, in November of 2015. It was passed as Proposition 4. It's a sales tax, and residents, visitors, and anyone that spends in the city of Provo contributes to this fund. It's 0.1% or 1 penny added to every $10 spent. The Provo City Council decided at that time that rather than bonding up front for upgraded park amenities, that we would pursue a pay-as-you-go approach. And so we've maintained that directive since then to this time by doing all that we can to consider the condition of park amenities, take into account level of service needs, and to provide equity across the city with the expenditures that we recommend to the council. We also acknowledge that new opportunities come forward over time, as well as transitions with our elected officials. And so these realities can change funding priorities, and this is reflected in the annual Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan that we present to the council every year with our department budget. And this plan becomes our marching orders for the year. So in this ballot initiative, you can see the relative breakdown of what we proposed at that time to utilize these funds for: existing facilities, existing trails and pathways and trailheads. There was some that was set aside for operation and maintenance costs, the arts, and then some long-term projects, those visionary projects that come forward. Next slide. So we work closely with the finance division, and they report RAP revenues each month as they come in. You can see that from this chart, actually this isn't the chart, this is the expenditure chart, but you can see some of the projects that we've continued to, with that pay-as-you-go approach. First few years from 2015 on were really spent in an accumulation mode so that we'd have funding available to spend on projects. The first project we started was the widening and repaving of the Provo River Trail. In our study, we found that that was the #1 highest rated and valued recreation facility in Provo. And that trail had not been paved since the 1990s. So it's a relatively expensive project. The entire length of the Provo River Trail will cost a little over $3 million. We've just finished the first phase, the south extent of that Provo River Trail replacement. 2 new old playgrounds were replaced and updated since we started, and the tennis pickleball courts at Rotary Park and several other projects, as you can see, have been funded through RAP monies. Now that they're flowing, opportunities are now expanding for us. Next slide. Okay, with discussions with and direction from Mayor Kafusi and with this Provo City Council, we prepare and communicate the Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan that describes how RAP funds would be used. So this is the plan that we submit every year. It's got all of the sources of funding, including RAP, impact fees, the grants that we apply for, any transfers, and then projects are described and expected funding is projected over a 5-year period. Often multiple funding sources are anticipated on a single project. For example, the Unlimited Play Center at North Park next to the Rec Center was largely constructed with CDBG grant funds that we're able to obtain. And then we finished the project with RAP funds to complete the project, but that took a lot of that, a lot of the funding that would have been RAP was covered through another grant funding opportunity that we took advantage of. Next slide. Arts funding is an important component of the RAP program, constituting about 12% of the overall RAP expenditures. Updates to the sound and lighting systems have been made at the Covey Center over the years. This is Provo's premier performing arts center. We're very proud of it. Each year, $25,000 is also used in a community arts grant program where groups may request funding. And I believe that Councilmember Shipley was involved in the most recent committee that met to determine those grant recipients. So we thank him for that. With 15 years of continuous operation, though, the Covey Center for the Arts has some capital needs that are going to need to be addressed and are planned after the construction of the adjacent City Hall building. Once the dust and debris is gone, we hope to go in from that construction project and replace the carpet throughout the building that's been there since the building was built, and also renovate the outside so that the exterior of the building integrates well with the new City Hall block. Next slide. So our future plan, moving forward, we intend to remain close to our guiding documents, the administration and City Council, to assure that we stay aligned with the needs of the community. We also aggressively pursue grant opportunities that align with projects on the capital improvement plan. And some of the most recent grants are there, not all of them, but the $59,000 grant last year that we used to extend RAP funding at Lakewood Park, upgraded playground there. $60,000 that will go for to improve trail lighting. They'll be presenting in a couple of weeks to you. $3.2 million in MAG funding that's going towards 2230 North and that connection of the Provo River Trail on the North University Greenway. And $300,000 in the Governor's Office of Economic Development grant that was awarded to us for a tunnel improvement right there at 2230 North in Country Square. So we're excited about extending these as far as we possibly can with outside funding as well. We want to continue with the one restroom and one playground replacement per year program. That's a great a way to sequence all of the 29 restrooms that we have in our park facilities so that they get upgraded and then our playgrounds don't fall outside of that service life again. And then continue the arts grant allocation of $25,000 per year and those improvements to the Covey Center. Next slide. I've got a few slides here of projects that have been completed, demonstrating some of the success we've had with our RAP program. This is a project at Rotary Park where we partnered with the water department. You can see the scaffolding of their well drilling operation off to the left. But these are new pickleball courts, 8 new pickleball courts where there were none previously. We took this, the previous 6 tennis courts and kind of divided and tried to compromise with the committee that we'd organized to get the most benefit to the community with the new emerging sport of pickleball. So next slide. So we replaced it with 4 resurfaced tennis courts. They're all post-tension concrete. These should last for 50 years as opposed to the regular 7 to 9 years of asphalt emulsion tennis court surfacing. So this is a good investment in the future for Provo. You built them the right way, they last much longer. Next slide. More happy residents of Provo. Next slide. Another exciting development was the improvement of the train trestle crossings, the tunnels underneath the train tracks between Wilderness Park and Geneva Road. These are terrific. They've really widened the pathway there, straightened out a lot of the tight curves. With the action that we took in securing the former K-Way property, we've eliminated the most sketchy part of the Provo River Trail and really brought that out to the river and brought the public out to the Provo River and provided more opportunity that never existed before. That's a big improvement. Next. Trail lighting is another one that we're pursuing now. Now that we've got the trail to the proper width, this night lighting is providing a safety enhancement that we've never had before either. This is really important, and we're getting a lot of great feedback on this project. The Unlimited Play Center, they talked about a little bit before. Next. Next. And the upgraded playground at Lakewood Park. There was a small playground there that was probably one of our oldest and most rundown playgrounds. And this replacement has poured-in-place surfacing and a shade structure to keep the equipment cool in the afternoons during the summer. Next. And this is an example or our diagram of some of the new crossings that we will see with future Provo River Trail projects at Columbia Lane and State Street. Okay, we are excited to continue moving forward with more successes. This is a list of some of the projects that were collected back in 2015. And as you can see, we have years of projects that follow the directive that the council set at that time to improve what we have. The original listing of projects is also listed in 2015 dollars. So these aren't current estimates for each project. And the cost of completing projects has increased as well. Also it's important to note that several new parks that are in queue, next slide, to be developed mostly with park impact fees or development impact fees. These development projects are prioritized over the years and will be listed in a 5-year capital improvement plan that is submitted each year with the council. But it's a separate funding source that can only be used to handle new facilities that handle the growth of the community. So that's kind of how these two funding sources work. Next slide. Okay, I'd like to finish with this slide of the Provo Regional Sports Park, which is one of the visionary projects in our master plan that really is the ultimate example of a combination of multiple funding sources and at a scale that we've not seen in outdoor recreation facilities in Provo. I hope from all this you can see that Provo Parks and Recreation is trying to make the very most out of all funding sources and deliver world-class recreation facilities and programs to our community. We're grateful to our current and past elected officials that have supported these important funding sources that are now changing and enhancing the community in new ways. But most importantly, it's the residents of Provo that support RAP-funded projects and improvements in their demonstrated commitment to quality of life enhancements in Provo. So thank you for this opportunity to share this information with you. And if I can answer any questions you might have, be happy to do so.
Any questions for Mr. Robbins? Mr. Harding.
Yeah, as you were going through the slides, let me say, great presentation, and thank you for being good stewards of our RAP tax money. As you were flipping through, I saw something. I think I saw it say just in the budget lines, it was the show, and I'm familiar with most of the other projects. I wasn't familiar with that one.
That's the name that we lovingly call our project at Fort Utah Park.
Okay.
That is the effort to kind of change youth baseball in Provo by bringing in some major league themed elements to our four field complex there to really create a sense of place there and build more interest in our youth program.
So it's footprinters?
At Fort Utah Park, our Little League ballpark there.
Okay.
Fort Utah.
Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
Right there on Geneva Road and the trail.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then I've just had some people in the community ask, the Provo River Trail, kind of the southern end is looking great. You talked about, the area that was the sketchiest. Some might argue that the underpass under University and the other one there might be the sketchiest. What is the time frame on the renovations to the north, and is that within the current authorization of RAP, or are we expecting that to have to go to the next?
Yeah, good question. The next phase of the Provo River Trail will initiate this fall, and it'll be the 2230 north extension right there at the bridge at the Provo River, moving east along 2230 north and then north along University Avenue. The reason why this one jumped in priority is really because of that MAG grant, that $3 million of funding. So we have to take advantage of that opportunity while it exists. And then we'll move south along Country Square and hit those two tunnel crossings underneath those two roads.
And that is expected to happen within the current RAP authorization?
We intend to, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Fillmore. You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
Here we go again. I just wanted to say that I've been around the Parks and Rec leadership for probably a dozen years or so, either on the Citizens Bond Committee or on the board or otherwise. And I just want to give them a major league shout out. It's remarkable how much they do on the budget they're given. They're so creative and so careful with their funds. I guess we don't dare give them a blank check as a council, but I just want to say that any recommendation that's come from Doug and Scott almost automatically has my support. They're just doing such a great job. So Doug, thank you for all that. And we look forward to wholeheartedly supporting everything you do in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore. Anyone else? Well, I have to agree. It seems like the money was very well spent and you've sure done a lot with it. So thank you very much for this report.
Thank you.
All right. Well, counselors, it looks like we're actually finished a little bit early. I understand, Mr. Jones, that a closed session has been requested. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate. There are a couple of items to discuss. There's a real property transaction and a personnel issue to discuss. Both of those are reasons that are permitted by the statute. I guess the question, well, I suppose what we need to do is go ahead and have a motion to close the meeting, and then the question I suppose is the timing of when exactly we reconvene, as far as when the staff are ready to present. And I don't know if the mayor wants to weigh in on that and let us know if we don't want to reconvene until 4:30, or if there's a chance to do that soon. But I suppose the order of business would be a motion to close the meeting.
Look for a motion to adjourn then and.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Fillmore,
I'll second that.
second by Mr. Shipley.
Sorry, is the motion to adjourn or the motion to close the meeting?
The second one.
Just the chair said adjourn. I just want to be clear.
Okay, thank you. So to close the meeting and reconvene in closed session, is that the appropriate wording?
Sure, yes.
All right, and I neglected to welcome Councillor Hoban, who joined us a fair bit ago. So all in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chairman, our staff's ready as soon as you're ready to start, so.
The names of those who voted are Mr. Harding, Sewell, Councillor Ellsworth, Fillmore, Shipley, and then Mr. Hoban. Did you want to vote on that? Is he still with us? I know he was traveling. Well, I guess those are the five that we have then.
I don't see him in the list of participants at the moment.
Okay. And Mr. Strachan, you had a suggestion on, you mentioned you need about 10 minutes to get set up. Is that right?
That's correct. We only need about 10 minutes, but why not I have this thing about rounding, but maybe just go 4:10.
4:10, and where were we planning on meeting this time?
For those who are meeting in person, we'll be up in the council conference room. And for those that are still participating by home, we'll have a Zoom link for them.
Okay. And does everyone already have that Zoom link for
They
that? Okay, great. All right. We'll see you either in person or virtually at 4:10 then. Thank you.